Welcome back here again to the International Academic Symposium. Tang Chang reading Tang Chang ค่ะ So I invite all of you to take your seats properly. We're going to begin shortly, and for the one who would like to have the translation devices, please bring your ID cards and exchange for the device in front of the room. สำหรับท่านไหนนะคะที่ต้องการเครื่องแปลภาษานะคะเพราะว่าวันนี้เราจะดำเนินรายการเป็นภาษาอังกฤษนะคะอย่าลืมนำบัตรประชาชนนะคะไปแลกกับหูฟังแปลภาษาบริเวณด้านหน้าด้วยนะคะ Okay, welcome back again, everyone, and also our new faces. I can see in the room we got some new audiences joining us for these sessions. For the afternoon session, we will now continue with the special talk from our special keynote speaker, Dr. David Tay. He is a writer, curator, and associate professor at the National University of Singapore. His research spans art history, critical, and cultural theory, with an emphasis on Asian modern and contemporary art. Today's keynote title, Loose Cannons, Adventures in Contemporary Art's Disorderly History. So please join me in welcoming Dr. David Tay on the stage, please.
Can I have the clicker now? Thank you. Let me just try. Good. Thank you for the introduction. I'll start by thanking BACC. Thank you for having us. It's really encouraging and it's an honor to participate in an event like this. Thanks also, of course, to Kuntip, Kunawapu, and the estate for the kind invitation. Congratulations to our speakers in the morning sessions, and congratulations to the estate for yesterday and for the achievement of opening this museum. First, I want to recount my own experience researching Chang, which isn't so far on the public record. Then I'm going to zoom out to address the conditions of modern and contemporary Asian arts historicisation, the rising currency of Asian art history in the last 20 years, and some regional dynamics between this art history and exhibition making. I'll ask what purchase big recurring survey shows might have on contemporary arts history and their capacity maybe to disrupt it in favour of neglected figures. Contemporary art may be an a priori global phenomenon, but its spectacular machinery, its landscapes of display and collection remain highly uneven. How is a more balanced history advanced or impeded by the proliferation of biennials, its dominant exhibition format, where historical figures are these days and maybe increasingly fair game? Okay, so I'm going to start by describing my own Chang Se-tang journey. Some of you may know what I've made of him art historically. Some may have wondered what he was doing in my 2017 book focused on Thai contemporary art of the 21st century. He bore more than his share of the narrative load there as an extra institutional foil to a Silpakorn-dominated art history to which he was certainly heterogeneous. But more pivotally, for my purposes, as a progressive artist whose significance had to be figured in relation to national aesthetics, but whose work was not obviously Thai or Siamese. A dual valency that I called preternational, and whose untimely recognition or latent contemporaneity carried the promise of suspending or destabilising the local national qualification of modernism. I'll speak less as a scholar than as an exhibition maker, for my interest in Chang was not so much art historical as curatorial and perhaps economic. I don't think the backstory of that is widely known, however, so I'll summarise it. I knew relatively little about him when I saw the two-part exhibition at Srinacarin Virat University's G23 Gallery and the Supachok Art Centre in 2013. Intrigued, I spoke about those two shows just 1 month later in a sketch of that preternational idea in a parasite conference at the Asia Society in Hong Kong. This immediately sparked inquiries from writers, dealers, curators, eager to know more about the artist. Why did he catch our imagination? I confess I was not immune to the instinctual art historical urges. His ink works bore comparison to various Asian pioneers, his non-figurative works by turns to the effusiveness of action painting, the containment of colour field abstraction, or to informel. Yin Ke this morning mentioned Gutai, the monochromes to anyone from Malevich to Chang's contemporary, Robert Ryman. To modernists, in other words, who never set foot in Southeast Asia and whose work was little known here, while Chang, for his part, never left Thailand. Even more intriguing to me were the visual poems, which closely resembled the poetry elsewhere called concrete. But I felt strongly that the desire to name Chang as leader or even progenitor of this or that experimental style would yield nothing. Distinguishing between what she called resonance and reference, Reiko Tomi had in 2009 cautioned against an emphasis on direct contact or influence, which tended to make the recipient or descendant seem derivative and belated, according to that unilinear chronotope which, though axiomatic of disciplinary art history, has since become politically incorrect, with even museum directors now talking about multi-temporal art histories. The researcher clearly needed to start from what was singular and remarkable about the individual, the specifics of an artistic life. I was to be criticised for characterising Chang as an outsider. He was influential and fairly widely known in his lifetime. His Institute of Modern Art was a gathering point for artists unsatisfied with the academic pathways then on offer. But he was marginal in ways that I think deserve mention in any history, but don't preclude the more thorough excavation of his milieu and intellectual outlook that I'm happy to see now unfurling. It bears remembering, I think, that the experimental modern artist in Cold War Bangkok was, by definition, a fringe figure, let alone a working-class Chinese one. As an Asian modern artist, he was destined to be marginal to the discipline of art history for some time to come. Perhaps doubly so, marginal to a national art history bound up with a single elite institution, and to an Asian modern art concentrated around academic figurative painting and sculpture. Chang's cross-media range, particularly his literary proclivity, was not so rare perhaps in the intelligentsia of the 1960s, but that breadth narrowed with the violence of the 70s, to which Silpakorn's most appreciable response was a bureaucratic separation of faculties, after which the self-publishing poet-painter must have cut an increasingly odd figure. Michael Smithy's reportage on the city's false spring, as he terms it, in the early 60s leaves little room for doubt. A spate of thoughtful painting exhibitions, selling well, triggered a viral fad that saw 5 shows opening a week at its peak, but soon resolved into what he called a wearying monotony, doing nothing much to cultivate a middle-class audience or market. It's hard to imagine how Chang's self-portraits and landscapes, let alone his monochromes, would have fared had he shown much interest in participating. He'd have been more at home, I think, in the Malaysian scene that Reza Piyadasa described in a 1971 survey, marked by, quote, powerful experiments in abstract expressionism fusing local and traditional elements, including calligraphic ones, with foreign styles and psychological, spiritual insights. What, I wondered, made Chang's practice worldly? What was experimental about it? How did it transcend those national force fields? Did he therefore belong to a larger art or intellectual history? Kabina Mercer in the early 90s had assembled a counter-history of such discrepant non-Western abstraction, as she called it. Artists agnostic about the supposed political opposition between figurative and non-figurative, supposedly political, sometimes not perhaps, who openly embraced abstraction while rejecting its purest variants. Chang's canonization needed from the outset to proceed on both national and more than national premises, to be steered between what Aimé Césaire called, quote, walled segregation in the particular and dilution in a universal. Chang's works had contemporaneous diasporic dialogues in Taiwan, in the Philippines, even in Latin America. His visual poems correspond with experiments in Indonesia, in Turkey. He was conversant, in other words, with global tendencies, whether or not we think that the sequence of these errant modernisms is important. If we don't, should we perhaps start by examining the anachronism or untimeliness, rather than trying to explain the simultaneity? This was one of the questions that I guess I brought to my brief years of research on Chang. Why were these innovations, which so resembled landmarks of First World modernism, largely ignored by Thai institutions for half a century? And why did they then all of a sudden become visible and valuable? What makes him our contemporary? By 2015, I was part of a conversation hosted by the House of World Cultures in Berlin. Importantly, I think, a non-collecting institution, one that's singularly outward-looking, in the frame of their long-term program, Kanonfragen, the canon question. This, I think, was probably my first semi-serious foray into the disarticulation of art's Eurocentric canon. HKV, the House, had been on this bent for some considerable time, in fact, at least since the China Avant-Garde show of 1993, all the way through to Subterrane, an exhibition curated also at the House, and The Politics of Fun, that I believe was 2005. We have one of the curators here with us today. So the House had been on this bent for some time. Reflecting back on it in a 2014 article, Annette Bhagwati, who used to work there, ventured that the weaker the local force fields of national modernism in each Asian locale, the better its artists could be absorbed into a global trans-canon. The peculiarities of HKV, its globalism, its Cold War DNA, and proximity to political power are well known and, frankly, not always assets. But I was lucky, I think, to be part of this review of the architectures of canonization, one that would be difficult to effect in most first world museums, perhaps especially those realising a new burgeoning desire for non-Western modernism. Just as this recalibration of criteria was cranking into gear all around me. By 2016, I had gathered maybe 12 or 15 candidates along this line. And then when a newly refurbished gallery became available at the house, I was asked to curate a solo show of Chang. And I declined, proposing instead a group exhibition. Let me explain why. First, in a commercial frame, if I'd been a real gallerist, readying the exotic modernist for market to get him to catch fire, the solo show would surely have been the best accelerant. For the record, for some years after the exhibition that I made, I did represent the artist's family, negotiating a few institutional sales through a gallery I was running at the time in Singapore. But my strategy from the outset was to slow that down, prioritising public collections outside Thailand at the expense of private ones and the secondary market. I can talk more about that if people are interested. This is also why I stopped writing about Chang. But my goal was to delay the inevitable uptick in prices to secure placements in public museums before the works got beyond their reach. Secondly, in a second kind of art historical frame, that recalibration of the criteria of significance, I hope to emphasise the social context of art and its becoming public over the narration of individual genius. We did this to a limited extent in Berlin, but Chang was a deliberate nonconformist in his practical experimentation, his range across art forms, his indifference to institutional and bourgeois elite approval and markets, in the performative affirmation of his ethnocultural difference. Insofar as we did stress his singularity, it was still hard to illuminate his local context, to do him justice, to historicise well in a monographic exhibition. The intellectual resources were not yet available. Today's meeting, I think, shows just how much progress has been made, but who was actively researching Chang in 2015? Not so many of you. So it was a contemporary exhibitionary agenda, not yet scholarly or museum agendas. His relevance to contemporary art, not to art history, that made Chang visible again and desirable in that loosening canon. With the €4,000 research budget for Misfits, I initiated a very basic inventory of the estate conducted by Claire Veal and Mary Pansanga, who's also with us today. In 2015-2016, that concluded with a report delivered in March of 2017. The following month, Misfits, Pages from a Loose Leaf Modernity, opened at the house. Misfits was introduced with reference to Gerardo Mosquera's distinction between curating cultures and curated cultures. A colonial divide that seemed to be breaking down. Meanwhile, the currency of art history per se in Asia was surging with ever more frequent symposia, the consolidation of archives in Hong Kong, Jogja, and the increasing seriousness of collection, publishing, and from 2015, canonising exhibitions in Singapore. in modern art's global canon, what's the place of the non-Western modernist? Will they be celebrated as agents of change for their commitments to universal notions of form, or for articulating specific local or national modernities? What kinds of research will secure their legacy? As Western museums scramble to embrace modern art's expanding cosmos, a century of worldly art still awaits a worldly art history. So these are words that I use to kind of frame the exhibition. It's maybe not completely accurate, but I've taken it from the booklet that we published with the exhibition, which I won't call a catalogue in this company, but which serves as a kind of thin catalogue. Are Western institutions equipped to canonize Asian artists? To what extent are art history's criteria freighted with prejudices, an elitist hierarchy of forms, when exported to modern art's emerging geographies? Which publics matter, or which public matters most, maybe, in determining significance or collectability? So what did the three of these artists share? This is by way of a very potted summary of the exhibition, and maybe what we found when we brought them together. All three of them rejected the priority given to Beaux-Arts forms. All three sought large audiences in print channels, wider national publics that were not fine art publics. Chang as a translator and would-be publisher, Ong So as a film actor and illustrator, Rox Lee as a cartoonist. All three cultivated some literary practice alongside their visual art and made language a key visual element in their work. All three had some kind of performative persona, and all three responded to both national and international aesthetic discourses, but all three had fallen through the gaps. Their legacies had not been secured or mediated by national institutions, which were set to miss out now in a globalizing marketplace, or were not even thinking about an inclusive national historiography. But independent research was underway in all three cases, by stewards, including Mary and myself here, Yin Kerr, of course, working on Baji Ong So, Merv Espina archiving and preserving Rox's oeuvre in Manila. Labours of love, largely. And I think importantly as well, none of us shared the same training, skills, goals, or protocols. Right, so I was very interested in this role of the steward, and in fact the selection of artists for that exhibition hinged quite strongly on the existence of these stewards, right? Interlocutors in the curatorial process who had, I think, a depth of knowledge and an immediate an intimacy with the works that a single summarizing curator could not have achieved. So this seemed more of an opportunity than a handicap, right? This diversity of the backgrounds of the people taking responsibility for these legacies seemed to me more of an opportunity than a problem. For one thing, these ones that got away, these non-conformists, might now be historicised first in a transnational context. That was important to me. And that could help us to rewrite the criteria of a more worldly art history. Today, we probably have at our disposal better models, not just for broadening the definition of modernism, but more channels and resources to inform contemporary practice and contemporary art history. Writing about the calligraphic abstraction of Anwar Jalal Shemzar and Ibrahim El-Salahi, Iftikhar Dadi writes, quote, "These artists relayed aesthetic and affective potentialities across the heroic age of decolonisation into the present." Their diasporic experience was pivotal, not least because it distanced them from an emergent post-colonial national aesthetic. Our misfits, and I add the scare quotes for Yin Ker's benefit, it was through our conversation about this that the exhibition got those scare quotes. Our misfits were not exiles, yet all three of them dodged the imperatives of national form, deliberately or otherwise, remaining close to the national fold, yet unassimilable. Yet it's Dadi's term relay that most interests me, the latency of these practices, each somehow keeping open an interval, an indeterminacy with respect to the articulation of national modernity, and even as they addressed national publics, keeping open the representational possibilities of culturally specific forms in favour of a wider transnational modernity. Hence, I thought, their potency for the history of a global contemporary art. I'm mindful that this is probably not comprehensive, but this slide has sort of evolved over the last few years when I've spoken about that exhibition, because I think it gives you a very concrete timeline of that pathway to canonization. I probably took two key takeaways from that experience. First, my role as a curator seemed to be to corrode the distinction between modern and contemporary. Not by expanding modernism, but by backdating the history of contemporary art. There is some support for this view in the current revisionism of a global art history. Atri Gupta frames her follow-up volume to Okwe and Wezor's post-war Art Between the Pacific and the Atlantic, 1945 to 1965. This is a show from 2016 at the Haus der Kunst in Munich. She frames that volume not as a widening of the Church of Modernism, but a chance to start again on the history of a global art, decoupling it from a certain post-1989 contemporary, which had reiterated modernism's consignment to metropolitan Western centres, redoubling, if you like, the curse of belatedness. The second takeaway was economic. The most immediate lever for making visible and making valuable was not the collection of modern art, but the independent curator of contemporary art. Both advanced Chang's restoration. But if currency was guaranteed by the former, by the collections of modern art, it was boosted more, certainly in that first decade, let's say, by the curator of contemporary art. So this is the third part. I'm going to talk a little bit about these large international survey exhibitions that have, by some accounts, come to dominate the landscape of contemporary art. So it's somewhat a change of scene. To refresh, maybe briefly, so far what I've drawn out are two intersecting axes, one spatial, one temporal. First, that geo-historical dilation, the globalization of modern art, the decolonization of art history is perhaps another way of framing it. And secondly, that retrospection by which the contemporary comes to be redesignated as art history. This at the same time is maybe hand in hand with a growing demand for a history of contemporary art. As the institutionalization of Asian modern art has accelerated, museums now building both national and transnational canons. I want to stay for a moment with this proposition about the agency of the contemporary independent curator in these processes. And that means the purchase on this historiographic domain of biennials and even fairs in the era of so-called festivalism. And now, I don't want to privilege Venice, but I think it's a very efficient way maybe to demonstrate just how mainstream the backdating that I described has subsequently become. So here is a fairly randomly selected string of exhibitions. Interestingly, Ocqui's edition this is the Venice Biennale for those who don't know these shows. Interestingly, Ocqui's edition, there were rather few such figures, but I think you can see in this very quick sketch, I've included in the captions the directorship of the Venice Biennale, because I think, this trajectory is now, these are no longer marginal in a larger exhibitionary landscape, right? This is the most prestigious, supposedly the most prestigious place to hang an artwork. These strangers, outsider, non-Western modernists, were literally everywhere in Adriano Pedrosa's 2024 edition. How this pans out in Koyo Kuo's edition now, I guess, remains to be seen. Now, this is thankfully not the only path to canonization. Even in places lacking responsible public collections, there have been other ways. Thailand, like its neighbours, has a National Artist Award, for example, although it's sadly kind of honorific and obituary rather than art historical. Where are the public archives that this process should be generating? Why do they not make proper researched, curated exhibitions? A string of late career retrospectives has been mounted here at the BACC, but many organised, I think, by Ajahn disciples to kind of waikru, right, to honour the master. And I'm not sure if any women artists have had this honour, rather than to historicise them, right? I see this as a potential, actually. These habits have not to date been conducive of independent research or curatorial development. Since yesterday, an impressive private museum has made Chang's work available to the public. But while an amazing resource for researchers, it cannot itself dispense art historical authority, which could only be franked by disinterested researchers, those who respect but don't revere. Now, biennials, of course, are by no means the solution to this problem. Fast, disorganised, rarely well documented, generally not equipped to support historical research or reflection. But as researchers, I think we should be taking advantage of the biennial's success as a format, its viability in an era of meagre state patronage and splintering publics. When they're the biggest forms on a barren historiographical landscape, we can't afford to excuse them. And they can offer more than just visibility. They should share this responsibility. Now, there's no thesis here in this last section. I'd rather speak from my experience attempting to divert such resources to historicising ends. What can or can't be done on these platforms? I'll start with maybe a few obvious points. Firstly, biennials, big recurring international survey shows, already make art history. That's not a tentative proposition, that's a statement of art historical fact. Contrary to the image that we might have of a circling goldfish gaping in wonder at the last 10 seconds of its panorama, trend conscious, devoted to the present, these vehicles often participate and intervene sometimes in the historiography of contemporary art. Having worked on some big ones, one thing I can say is that they command different kinds of attention at the same time. As Manuela Moscoso has recently cautioned, that engagement may be fleeting or sustained, but it is not inherently superficial. In curatorial tradecraft, the biennial invitation as counter-history is already a well-worn play. Identify a forgotten or outsider artist, reveal their contemporaneity, trade on their exclusion from the canon or collections. Market players, of course, eagerly assist this manoeuvre, which has only accelerated with the return of identitarian agendas and the vogue for decolonisation, the revision of criteria for marketability and collectability. This is not new. It's imminent, one could say, to contemporary art's historical being. In some places, this is the second sort of obvious point. I think in this room it's probably obvious. In some places, demonstrably in Southeast Asia, exhibition making has had an outsized impact on contemporary art's institutionalisation and historicisation by comparison with other parts of the world. Stepping into gaps, both narrative, for example in regional art historiography, and structural, for places where there are few institutions. In Asia since the 1990s, the criteria of contemporary art have primarily been determined by big exhibitions, not by institutional collections. That term contemporary, of course, has concrete museological connotations, say in Europe with its many public collections of contemporary art, and in the North American Museum, where it was long synonymous with post-war. But in Asia, since the 90s, its meaning hasn't been chronological. It's been ideological. It's a value judgment. In the globalization of contemporary art, as the centre of economic gravity shifts towards Asia, the line between modern and contemporary may be contestable. And it's been big survey shows, more than collections, determining that term's criteria, the contemporary. Southeast Asian contemporary art, quote unquote, became a thing in recurring shows in Brisbane, Fukuoka, later in Singapore. The art historian Seng Yu Jin even claims that such exhibitions constitute its main historiography. A third point, that historical enactment by way of exhibition, rather than, say, scholarship and writing, not only made certain contemporary art legible as such, documented, significant, eligible for collection, but often performed its collection and canonisation. Isn't that interval between exhibition and acquisition, that deferral across which art becomes art history, isn't that the very privilege and duration of the contemporary, its proper domain? Independent curators stand outside this institutional machinery of canonisation, yet we are instrumental to it at times, not unwillingly, but not in control of it either. I'm complicit in that creation and consignment of value, but at arm's length from the determination of protocols and the event of collection. By comparison with other places, in Southeast Asia, exhibition and collection have sat close together in contemporary art's mode of production. Those platforms I mentioned in Japan, Singapore, and Australia were all acquisitive. This is not the place to prosecute that tendency. Perhaps they didn't do it badly. They're stable, well-resourced institutions with transparent protocols. But that compression was a problem. There was no separation of powers. Typically, there's independent review of pricing going on, but art historical relevance is determined in-house. Those platforms, though they led the historiography, became less influential as biennales and private museums sprouted like mushrooms all over Asia over the last 20 years. And they were only the most obvious institutional nodes of a lively and transversal economy of appearances that was mostly informal and again geared towards exhibition more than collection. Most biennales, of course, don't collect and are not run by museums. And their organisers would generally be ill-equipped to determine collection criteria to canonise responsibly to support that value through research. Can you imagine what kind of international art collection OCAC would build off the back of Thailand Biennale? I shudder to think. My next project, after Misfits, made me think about the role that biennials play in all this. It was an exhibition history made for the 12th Gwangju Biennale, informed by research in the Biennale's own archive and focused on its first 4 editions. That means 1995 to 2002. The project was billed as a walk-in magazine, built around a dozen or so art historical vignettes, also which looked kind of like this in the space, but were also reproduced as bilingual takeaway sheets on A3. There were a lot of curators in that edition of the Gwangju Biennale. At first, I wanted my project to kind of disappear into the other exhibitions. But it was soon clear that the organisation couldn't handle that, so I frayed the curatorial perspective by inviting the other curators to collaborate on what I called returns, and that was the name of the show. Returns meant bringing back something from those early editions. In some cases, literally, we borrowed maybe 5 or 6 works from the early editions of the biennial. But also by commissioning artists to make new works informed by the Biennale's history, along with a slate of live activations, talks, mini conferences on mainly on the theme of Asian regionalisms. So this is just a quick slideshow to give you a feel for that project. Between them, Misfits and Returns set me on a path. There were historical projects in the 17th Istanbul Biennial, which I co-curated with Utameta Bauer and Amar Kanwar, prepared during the COVID pandemic. Although historicisation was not a curatorial objective there, one stream of the show, called An Archiving, was about artists generating historical resources, not mainly by physically gathering and preserving things, but by using, dispersing, reproducing, reinterpreting and responding to unsung forebears like Donato. These are a few images from the project Donato and Friends, Donato dan Kawan Kawan, a collective. The Donato and Friends doesn't include Donato, who had already passed away. It was a collective with rolling open membership, that is, anyone can join, who built together an infectious, multi-form and massively inclusive project around the Indonesian Sufi writer, artist, theatre maker, designer and Misfits candidate, Donato. So this was a kind of canonising that was starkly different from the academic kind, by way of exhibition, and not just showing, but also researching, sharing, performing, translating, singing, radio broadcasting. among practitioners that included art historians, but also musicians, a performance artist, an indie publisher, a comedian, and so on. Collectively, they generated a diverse, expanding digital archive through live and online reading sessions, performances, concerts, an archive of Donato's design work, which you see here, and by reconstituting historical works through, for instance, a translation workshop for high school students, or the conceptualist calligraphic book that you see in the bottom on the right-hand side images here. And we see our very own Pracha Pintong hard at work on it. This is a book called Habis Tak Sudar, which contains only the name of God. So this is an art historical, actually a historical artwork that was, if you like, reconstructed as part of the project. No art form was off limits. There was no hierarchy of forms. Everyone was invited, literally. Now, I want to close today by reflecting briefly on Thailand Biennale Phuket, which I hope some of you managed to see, which is an exhibition that's just closed, the fourth edition of Thailand Biennale, which I co-curated with Arin Rongjiang, Marisa Pantarak Rajadet, and Hera Chan, where this alt-historicising agenda, I think, got a little bit more bandwidth in the show. A few words maybe by way of introduction to the Biennale. We were pretty committed to the platform's decentralising mission. And this was very self-evidently a first for Phuket. There's zero infrastructure there for contemporary art. The province doesn't really have contemporary art. Out of 65 participations, 50 generated new works. The majority inspired by and responsive to the place. It was obvious to visitors, I think, that the venues were key protagonists in the show. They were windows onto the two main phases of the island's economic history that have made it rich and a disproportionate contributor to national revenues. A first extractivist phase of mining and plantation economies from the colonial era up until the mid-80s. And then from the mid-80s on, tourism. These two phases could, of course, have been plotted alongside a national art history. But what would be the point? Phuket was never a centre of modern art, and its story diverges from the national one in important ways. I'll just summarise quickly three of the ways that it does. A key through line for us was the fate of non-humans. The island's natural history was explored from the perspective of coral, mangroves, rubber trees, dugongs, deer, geckos, etc. Some of them indigenous to Phuket, some of them immigrants. This is an atypical lens for looking at Thai art history. Secondly, Phuket's modernity was not in any meaningful sense Siamese. Demographically, it was Chinese-dominated since the 19th century. Insofar as Thai modern history is a story of national encompassment, economically, Phuket's nationalisation was slow, incomplete, in cultural terms, social terms, spiritual terms. Right? It was very partially nationalised. Thirdly, Phuket was part of much larger worlds for centuries, more connected to other places than it was to Siam, to East Asia, to the Indian Ocean world, and obviously to the Straits. It was cosmopolitan for centuries, like we saw in Chiang Rai, indeed, but differently. So the story of Thai arts becoming international from Corrado Ferrocci and Fur Haripitak to, say, the temple in Wimbledon or the Venice pavilions is pretty much irrelevant in Phuket. How are its larger worlds visible in Phuket today? The historical figures that we included in the exhibition, some with archival presentations, some without, reflected that curatorial agenda. They were not referred through national art histories or institutions, but rather more coast to coast or island to island. We were interested in transnational intellectual histories that were in danger of being erased. And this transnational might also include a subnational layer, right? So in this case, between Pattani and Phuket, two historically very important places whose deep historical links have been more or less erased by national historiography, right? It's very hard to find people in Phuket nowadays who want to see themselves as part of a story with Pattani, for reasons that will be obvious, at least to the Thais in the audience. And with a local audience in mind, we also strove to reach beyond visual art. So Dolo, who's one of these historical figures, let's say, was a fisherman, not an artist. So Dolo's work mapping the ecology and cultures of Pattani's harbour in a period from the 1980s, a period of quite dramatic modernisation and environmental destruction, was immediately resonant in Phuket, which faces all of the same problems for all of the same species in its own coastal environments. The Biennale was not organised around these historical figures. They were distributed. They were not distinguished from presentations of living artists, really. But they formed, I think, an important prism holding the show together thematically. So the Pattani fisherman come ecologist, Dolo, whose drawings contain this wealth of environmental and anthropological knowledge. And this spoke to quite directly to new commissions about pivotal coastal ecosystems like the mangroves, like the reefs, like the seagrass, and so on. So these are projects, first a collaboration by Alex Monteith, Marie Sheehan, and Apiwat Tongyun, who is a local artist. And this was a project that explored for the first time actually through sinking microphones, right, hydrophones underwater, the hydraulic processes of the root systems of mangroves in a place where the mangroves are actually very, very specific. This is actually in Phang Nga province. Don't tell the organisers. And these are ecologies that, first of all, you don't find anywhere else, and secondly, that no one's ever listened to before. So the artists were extremely enthusiastic to study these plants and to make art with them. Pracha Pintong's installation at Yiteng complex was in some ways a pretext for trying to kickstart a citizen science project around coral ecologies in dialogue with scientists, marine acoustic specialists, right? People who study the sound of the reefs and who have discovered that in fact by playing back the sound of healthy reef, of a healthy reef kind of oral ecology in a sick part of the reef, you can trick the coral larvae into settling. You can recolonize those spaces. In the case of the Hong Kong duo Zheng Mala, again, a citizen science initiative concerning the regeneration of seagrasses, which are another important kind of nursery and fodder environment for dugongs. Dugongs have become kind of celebrity visitors in Phuket. So this was a quite pragmatic project to try to advance the growth of the habitat that attracts them. In a cluster around the extractivist and material histories of Phuket, we included Nirmala Dutt, an artist born in Penang. Penang, of course, historically is probably the urban centre with the closest connection to Phuket. So we showed works from a couple of series of Nirmala's. I just made a very quick selection. And these works were in dialogue, particularly at the venue that was the former Katu distillery, with projects by Ria Rizaldi, Natalie Muhammad, Wu Chiyu, and Luana Vitra. So I've, again, just somewhat superficially gathered some images to show this dialogue between the historical artists, let's say, and the new commissions. These are all commissioned works in this case. Part of this installation was new work. A proposal for a permanent architectural project in Phuket by Ryue Nishizawa was accompanied by an extensive historical show about the pioneering Sri Lankan tropical modernist architect Minette de Silva. This was an exhibition that had already been curated in Colombo, where it was mounted in the National Museum of Modern and Contemporary Art. And I basically asked, can we have the whole show? We didn't really have the space to accommodate it. We didn't have a very good environment for showing it, but we did as much as we could. Minette, I think, is in some ways an archetype of this non-Western modernist. And these are thinkers whose presence in the intellectual history is often stronger in the colonial metropole, right? If you want to research Minette, I think the first place you have to go is London. And yet the main contribution of her thinking and her practice is in Sri Lanka, not even in Colombo, but in Kandy. We were also interested in queerings of the patriarchal institution of authorship, and more specifically the Thai patriarchal institution of authorship. In the practices of Arya Ratnamreansuk, Speedy Grandma, indeed, I think we would put into this category, and Wilawan Wiangtong as well. And to this thread, researcher and curator Ariane Sutawong, who's also with us today, brought the writer, artist and founder of Lalana magazine, Suwani Sukonta. Our tightest thematic hang was at the Pearl Theatre, and it explored affective labour in the service economy, particularly through the experience of sex workers. This is a snapshot from a collaboration between kind of Europe-based artist Pauline Curnier-Jardin with a collective of art-making trans sex workers in Rome, along with, in dialogue with the Empower Foundation here in Thailand. Melati Suryadarmo's performance and installation, of course, also plumbing this theme of the body. We felt like Phuket was a conducive atmosphere for these kinds of practices. Imatai Suwatanasin, who made work through extensive interviews and conversations with former cabaret performers on the west coast of Phuket. So the labour that is in some respects the unsung labour in the tourist economy. And this cluster, if you like, was anchored by the late painter, printmaker, intermedia collaborator and anti-imperialist activist Tomiyama Taiko. With help from the National Centre for Art Research in Tokyo, we brought back to Thailand for the first time an exhibition that she made here in collaboration with Thai artists and activists in Bangkok in 1991. We brought almost the entire show back to be exhibited in Pearl Theatre. Tomiyama's sensitivity to transnational seaborne histories, to the itinerant cultures of resistance, her activism in inter-Asian human rights and labour movements against the exploitation of mining communities originally in her early career, then against the exploitation of women in war and, as in this series, in entertainment industries, have made her, I think, a pivotal point of reference for the exhibition as a whole. This is just a room shot of one of the Tomiyama rooms. So, a selection of pathfinders, formal innovators, neglected by national institutions, and almost absent from mainline art historiographies. Again, the terms of that exclusion were intersectional: politics, gender, ethnicity, artistic form. And Phuket, with its own discrepant histories, became a fitting site to review and celebrate their legacies otherwise, with new research done in many cases. I hope you can see these figures were right at home in the Contemporary Art Survey. We weren't in a position to canonise, but we were able to propose different criteria and geographies of significance in larger worlds than the nation, shifting the horizons of historicisation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. David Tay, for your insightful presentations. Next move, we will now move into our first panel discussion on the title of On Tang and Asian Modernism. This session will bring together leading scholars to explore Tang position within broader regional and historical context. So our panelists include Assistant Professor Dr. Chang Kenji, แพทย์พิพัฒน์มงคล Associate Professor Dr. Sarina Abdullah, Dr. Simon Soon, and Dr. Iola Lenzi. This session will be moderated by Kun Warathep Akkhabut. He is a lecturer in Media Arts and Design at the Faculty of Fine Arts, Chiang Mai University. So at this time, I would like to hand over the microphone to Kun Warathep, who will introduce our panelists and moderate this session. Please give him a big applause.
สวัสดีครับ Good afternoon, everyone. May I introduce myself again? I'm Warathep from Media Arts and Design Department, the Faculty of Fine Arts, Chiang Mai University, and it's a great honor for me to be here, to be taking part in this discussion panel one, named on Tang and Asian Modernism, with our four speakers who's alongside them are still active in the discipline, especially in contemporary Southeast Asian art. So I would like to inform you a little bit about how the panel is going to get through. We have four speakers today. Each of them will present with their 15-minute long presentation. And first of all, I would like to asking the presence of the first presenter, the speaker, Assistant Professor Dr. Chang Kenji, แพทย์พิพัฒนมงคล and please welcome Dr. Chang, and please feel free, you have to have your time within 15 minutes. Please welcome Dr. Chang.
So first of all, thank you to the organizers, especially Naopu, for bringing us all together. And in some ways, what I'm doing today is talking a little bit about research that wouldn't have been possible, of course, without Kuntip Naopu, but also David and Mary's efforts, because I really am coming after their cataloging initiative in 2015, 2016, right? But what I'm going to try to do today is ask this question of what language we might develop that might be a little bit more adequate to the experience of Chang's work, particularly his paintings. So it's difficult to talk about Chang Tang's paintings without using the term power or the descriptor Song Palang in Thai, right? Writing in 1984, Kukdet Kantamar dramatically recalls the power of Chang's paintings upon first encountering them in the 60s. So he says, the black and white paintings in particular can arrest the viewer in an instant. Chang creates explosive phenomenon as unstoppable and inevitable as the laws of physics, jolting anyone who enters their radius. So such phrasing comes off as hyperbolic, but it still feels like it holds a kernel of truth. For if there's a quality of Chang's work that observers over the decades keep returning to, it seems to be the vigor of his paintings, the sense that the encounter with them is charged and visceral. So I begin with this motif of power, hopefully to complicate it. But what the invocation of power in this vein has tended to do is reduce the experience of Chang's paintings to a simple energetic metaphor. Right? The overflowing force and clarity of his gesture transfers itself via the marks on canvas onto the body of the viewer. The immediacy and clarity of this transmission is then understood to be product and proof of his spiritual training. Right? So in other words, the strength of the practice confirmed by the strength of the visual impact. So this is not wrong per se. The works do generate this kind of corporeal and affective response, but this approach leaves us with a model of power that in the end is charismatic and personal. The expressive force of the gesture is conflated with authorial presence. To be clear, this interpretive tendency is not unique to Chang. Right? The expressionist paradigm shapes popular appreciation of modern Thai art more broadly, whether if these include Chang's contemporaries like Tawan Dachani, Patyang M. Charan, whose reputations have similarly cohered around a rhetoric of moral and aesthetic muscularity. So what I do wish to do today in the short time that I have is to focus on 3 quieter moments in his practice during this formative decade from the late 1950s through the 1960s, which might allow us to understand his art making as a construction of a kind of relationality between artwork, artist, viewer, and environment. So first off, portrait. The lineage of Chang's approach, as we well know, begins far beyond the walls of the academy and commercial galleries. He began his career in the 1950s as a street-side portraitist and copyist. Artists like Chang were often hired to enlarge wallet-sized photographs into life-sized drawings or paintings, right, that could then be framed for display in a more permanent setting. So it's the more experimental works of this period that I wish to now turn to. Right? So this is the work from 1958-59, an image of Chang's great-grandmother, an early work that provides evidence of his sensitivity to the psychic operations of painting. Uncharacteristic of ancestral portraits, which usually bear this kind of frontally directed gaze, the painting shows the subject in withdrawal. Right? Her eyes are shut, her lips pursed in a state of calm, more reminiscent of portraits of monks and ascetics who are deep in meditative thought. Jets of white around her head belie a sense of distant interiority, situating her presence outside the realm of what can be visually observed. Not a solid mass, her body appears spectral. But even without this kind of solid body, the work asks for an engagement that is eminently corporeal and tactile. The unstretched canvas appears as a wobbly skin, still bearing the impressions of Chang's fingers. The portrait's frame is painstakingly illuminated with small wrinkly squares of gold leaf. The subject of painting seems to be as much great-grandmother as it is the possibility of entering into a relationship through touch. Touching evokes a sense of loss, a loss for which touching becomes both lament of the insurmountable distance and also compensation through proximity. This portrait was not only representation, but an occasion for an encounter that draws us into relation. Consider too this portrait of King Rama V or King Chulalongkorn from 1959. Even as Chang continues to demonstrate his virtuosic command of charcoal in rendering the king's visage, the portrait's center of gravity seems to lay elsewhere, in his suit jacket. Realism gives way to an unceremonious intimacy arrived through touch, as Chang has opted to preserve the integrity of the linear strokes, each registering a gradient created as a dab dragged into a line. This gesture of pushing pigment into a gradient along a vector recalls the grammar of ink painting, really more than photorealistic drawing. But if the paintbrush unloads ink in a manner of fluid transmission, here one gets a sense of the surface in terms of thermal and tactile limits. Mechanical impressions on the surface carries a double effect of both creation and erasure, spreading pigment but also rubbing it away. This portrait thus presents a series of dynamic reversals. Right? Here is regality rendered in a mundane fashion, yet the seemingly crude application of marks also suggests a preciousness and delicate attention. Rather than fixing the representation of the king as timeless and transcendental, the portrait discloses him as part of the material flux of the world in the present tense. Abstraction. So while Chang continued to make a living as a portraitist, copyist, he had also begun in 1958 to venture into experiments in calligraphic abstraction. His move into abstraction carried forward the sense in which the tactile mark served as a spatially localized zone for the negotiation of familiarity and reciprocity. This 1960 work, untitled, here marks vacillate between appearing as elusive aqueous image and gripping tactile gesture. Right? You can see here Chang has applied black paint when the ground was still wet, creating an impression of foaming, almost. Marks that extend to the right of the painting evaporate into billowy wisps. Yet Chang just as quickly compromises this perception of misty atmospheric depth by accentuating the physicality of the mark. Right, the hooked flourish at the top of the painting bears the trace of the artist's fingers digging with pressure through paint to reveal the bare canvas underneath. One might say that the painting is as much about Chang's authorial presence as it is about the solicitation of our response to it, to sense with our body and hand, to grasp this virtual image. Untitled was a vastly different type of painting than that which was exhibited in commercial galleries in the 1960s. A number of painters, perhaps most notably Damrongwong Uparat, had begun showing works that were called quote-unquote abstract in the newspapers, in the literature at that time. So in one critic's particularly dispiriting assessment from 1964, he writes, Impressionism or abstract paintings are still limited to what one might call the decorative, meaning that we do not have true abstract painters to call our own, end quote. Underpinning this comment was a sense that abstraction in the 1960s was really a loose label that allowed for all kinds of art to pass as fashionable new collectibles. Weekly exhibition openings were becoming staple events for the socialite crowd and expat community, as testified by the large number of art criticism, art coverage columns in this period. And in Chang's rather critical words, he writes, quote, abstract paintings these days are full of small, pretty dabs and strokes, like patterns on fabric. Sometimes I find that printed textiles in the fabric store show more beauty and intellect than expressed on canvases, end quote. So Chang's writing seemed to suggest that he was working to figure out how and why art should matter to its viewers, right, beyond this fascination with foreign style or concern with monetary value. In one interesting entry from 1971, amidst this ascendance of popularity of abstract painting, Chang observed a nagging sense of alienation. So he writes, if abstract art was a species of tree or type of building, one finds that people today cannot relate to the trees and buildings that surround him in confidence. Imagine yourself walking into a space, whether a room or a museum, and encountering this type of art. Works of abstraction surround you, they are near your body, and yet as they appear to you, they feel exceedingly distant because you cannot relate to them because in your mind they're strangers, even if in fact they're not at all unfamiliar visitors to our time. I think this passage bears closer reading for several reasons. First, a conception of viewing at environmental scale is at play, right? Chang seems to be imagining this experiential relationship that artworks can solicit as less, say, fixed singular encounter with an object, but more an ecological perception comparable to, as he's writing, navigating a forest or an urban setting. And secondly, and relatedly, Chang couches abstract art's difference not necessarily as a matter of a different kind of aesthetic style, but as an embodied intuition of intimacy and alienation. This sense of psychological distance recalls a familiar trope, right, in contemporary literary production at that time that laments the loss of belonging within the milieu of rapid modernization and urbanization. Finally, Chang seems to intimate that abstract art need not always be received with estrangement, that a sense of intimacy can be achieved, a relationship in confidence perhaps possible. What intimacy implies as a practical matter is that the problem of abstract art's alienation could not be solved within the institutions that were displaying it. And in 1968, Chang made the decision to stop showing in commercial shows altogether, opting instead to welcome visitors to view the paintings in his home. And so these images, I believe, are from 1970, and what visitors encountered upon arriving to Chang's home was this kind of scene of tessellated paintings, which with this kind of buzzing swarm of strokes of various kinds of surfaces. But interestingly, as you go through the archival photos, it's not an environment of unrelenting density, right? Moving through the space, you could feel that he has designed a kind of modulating rhythm, that there are moments of intensity, but also moments where you are asked to, slow down, look at the other things that are on view, the drawings, the concrete poetry, the self-portraits, right? So the question then becomes, in thinking about what Chang intended for his paintings to do, was also to ask how is it that abstract painting functioned in this environmental sense, in which it was competing but also coexisting within a company of other surfaces, other works that operated at different registers, some loud, some barely audible. And so I know I have limited time, but I wanted to end on this painting, Black on Black, which is a work that I think plays with the complex liveliness of surface in this environmental sense. And it does so by withdrawing the kind of vigor that has made many of his other paintings legible as powerful. What you notice in looking at this work, especially in person, and I hope you get to visit the museum, is that the density of paint here feels quite attenuated. What remains is not so full-bodied, not really registering as a supple mass that might twist under torsion or stretch under strain, but you get these very subtly raised ridges of paint that form delicate vertical spines. They read not so much as traces of the artist's hand as some kind of force latent in the ground that seems to have dislocated the ground and set it apart. Right? So it feels as if there's another latent kind of grammar within Chang's practice that has been overshadowed by the powerful gestural abstract works, which is a sense in which he thinks about energy as traversing through matter in this almost alchemical way. And relation here, I think, also bears rethinking. What does it mean when he says he wants us to cultivate intimacy with his works, for instance? Relation might be construed also in terms of negativity. That is, looking at these ghostly marks on black, viewer and artist seem to share in the gesture of grasping that which cannot be possessed, a grasping that will slip through one's fingers. This may be among Chang's most compelling monochromes in the way that it continues the investigation of how touch mediates proximity, an intuition that what sustains the potency of touch is a necessary separation and a slippage. So by way of conclusion, I just want to return to these three works and suggest that what connects these three works are not so much a question of style or technique, but a structure of feeling, right? That Chang constructs situations in which the viewer is drawn towards something that will not fully yield, will not fully reveal itself. Great-grandmother is withdrawn into interiority. The abstract marks seem to solicit the hand and then withhold at the threshold of contact. The home installation immerses you in a field of surfaces, in an energetic field that cannot be individually arrested. Right? So this is where I think the expressionist paradigm that we see in a lot of interpretations of modern Thai art requires careful revision. Right, that the power of painting in the conventional account might be construed as a matter of transmission, but what Chang's practice consistently demonstrates is that the experience of the encounter is also one of distance, this gap that opens and sustains and, in a way, keeps his work alive to our desire and solicitation. So maybe one last piece by him to end in his words. So this he wrote in 1967. So in the same year that he made Black on Black, but also that he translated Xu Tao's treatise that Yin Ke talked about earlier. So he writes, mark for bowstring power, mark for life, mark for peace, mark for the spirit, or mark for endurance, mark for being human, and mark for relation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Assistant Professor Dr. Chang Kenji Mongkol, for your insightful presentation. May I recap a little bit about his presentation to remind you about the long presentation to review you about the idea that Chang has been analyzed with his pieces mentioned about the portrait that was creating for his making a living by making a charcoal painting, and also his private passion to create a portrait of his family member. And also the reflection Dr. Chang gave us is about the practice and concentration. His focus when he practiced painting that can show and challenge the paradigm we have about the heroic paradigm with the masculinity, and maybe actually also linked to his authorial energy, and also it's about to come back to think about the way his work in later period can show in his house, and show not only the intimacy but also encourage us to interpret about the formation of the authorial paradigm that is matter in contemporary art study. Thank you. And the next one, I would like to invite Dr. Ayula Lenzi, the next speaker. She came from Nanyang Technology University. And please welcome Dr. Iโอลา and please take your time.
Good afternoon, all friends from everywhere. My thanks to BACC. Oh, something wrong there. There we go. Thanks to BACC for hosting us today, and thank you especially to Nawapuse Tang and the estate family for inviting me to present broadly on Chang today. My presentation expands from what has been said this morning by Yinkara and by David and just now by Kenji. I'll be looking at a few works by Chang, not many, to show the similarities or the parallels that come forth from a few of his works, to expand him into the world of Southeast Asia contemporary art. So I'm doing what David suggested could be done, which is to backdate the dateline of the contemporary, not suggesting that Tang Chang is a contemporary artist. In my own writings, I place him as a proto-contemporary, meaning that some of his works anticipate, I think, the contemporary. So that's what I'll be showing you today. And I'll also be briefly giving you some information about his actual influence into the contemporary in Thailand via just one example, the art of Vasan Sitikat. So this is not, okay, so it's this one. Yes. So my outline is this. I'll skip over the premises of Thai art and the violence of 1973. In the paper, I reprise some of the earlier analyses of this very particular painting, which is called Untitled, but later got the title of 14 October in all the literature. That in itself is an interesting point, that in his lifetime he did not title that painting. In the paper, October, and I'll go into that a little bit in the presentation, and then I will dwell more specifically on the question of parallels in Southeast Asia in the 70s, in the early contemporary, and then his influence in the 90s in Thailand. Okay. All right. So I'll maybe go back. Very busy slide here. Just get through this very quickly before we go into some pictures. Tang Chang was intimately connected with the Art for Life group in Thailand. He was never part of the central nucleus of the group led by Pratwan when he formed the Dharma group in the 70s, but he was always friendly with, and sort of somewhat central to this group of people who were interested less in art for art's sake and less silpakorn formalists, and more interested in social practices apart from his own individualistic practice. So, in other words, he was never very far from life in Thailand and its concerns, its social concerns. And I think it bears repeating, because he has, in some literature, been really associated very closely and exclusively with abstraction. So, of course, it's not the case, as was discussed this morning, but I think it bears repeating here. He was self-taught, but he was no outsider. And I think we know that because he did run an open studio in his home very much from the 70s onwards, if not earlier, where he showed his art, moved his art around as in a space, as in a gallery space, and entertained many, many people. And numerous interviews have been conducted over the years. I have even myself conducted a few interviews with much younger artists who remember being in his home in the 80s. So I think this is again important. It shows that he was very much in the world, and I think this influences an aspect of his work. He was very versatile, and that was stressed this morning in the paper given by Ying Kerr. And I think that matters a lot because that points us towards the contemporary. He was confident and extremely versatile in his medium, but also in his disciplines. And the writing and the poetry are, of course, emblematic of that. And the fact that he had an open house from early on, even though this signage that he had dates from 1985, we know that he received people in his home very early on, and many people who slept over, and it was a sort of community within itself. The 60s, he's already turned outwards. And this is part of the beginning of my discussion today, that he was concerned with people, concerned with everyday life, and his poetry itself, he himself in his own writings describes it as very simple, as a kind of pared back, easy to understand, non-formed poetry in the sense of it, not that it was not orthodox, but especially that it was easy to understand linguistically. And this makes, of course, for something fairly sophisticated, but the other aspect of it is that it was very clear for everyone to understand. In other words, it was democratic. And we see in these two images from the 60s that he's already thinking about the lives of everyday people in the actual terms, people and rice, but done in this concrete poetry form. He was not, as we know, oblivious to events in Thailand, as everyone else was. But the events of Thailand of the 60s, 70s, I should say, does penetrate his work very significantly. And I think that's a research aspect that has been somewhat ignored. In its way, in Choi in Hong Kong does write about this, but I think a lot more research could be done on his social engagement. Two very different pictures describing or engaging with the same event. And this is, of course, from Apinan's book from 92, but it's useful to remember the contrast here because in one case we have an allegorical, somewhat cubistic, very grand work by Patwang in a fairly standard style of the day, even though the picture is very, very big. Tang Chang, no. Tang Chang here is showing what I would call contemporary modes, in that he's mixing styles. We discussed styles early. He does not embrace one style. He's very versatile in style. And he's also got simile writing in the image. So apparent a Chinese script, but it is illegible. But the point of the script is that it commands you to read. And of course you cannot read. And I think this is perhaps part of the image, that he's commanding some action on the part of the audience. In other words, he's activating the audience. The work is not passive. It is not to be observed and appreciated as the Pratwang work is in a very grand way. This is, I think, a far more activating picture where he's communicating with the audience the impossibility, the awfulness of the massacres or the killings in October of 1973. And I think the illegibility, the illegible writing speaks to his desire to really take the picture into the audience and make the audience do some work. This is speculative. I'm not sure we'll ever be able to prove this, but it seems to me the poetry and the writings that he produced after the events of the 14th of October, 73, suggests that he wants to go further than just describing the events. He really wants to bring the audience into engaging with the events and the problems that those events engender. All this we will skip. So yes, the argument I'm making essentially is that he's a citizen artist in the way that some of the Southeast Asians of the 70s were, the early contemporary artist of the 70s. And of course, the 70s in Thailand is the same as the 70s in other places in many regards. A lot of social and political confrontation and tumult. It's the height of the Cold War, etc. And he would not be the only artist in Thailand engaging with this. Thammasat, 76, 3 years later. So more violence. And again, he is interested in these events and expresses his interest pictorially through works such as these. So they were shown earlier by my colleagues, but here I've done a sort of compendium to show you the date line, 78, the late 70s, so this is post-73, post-76. He is deeply concerned with politics and society in Thailand. Now, he never called himself a political artist. This is, I've interviewed a bunch of people, and certainly the people I've interviewed who knew him in the 80s confirmed that he never called himself a political artist, and yet, these works suggest that he was deeply interested in life around him, and it's was not in some reclusive in that sense, that he was very much of the world and engaged in the world and made works about the world. And these two works are, of course, very significant. The 14th meaning 1976 and Thammasat, or I should say the 14th would have been 73, whereas the 6th of October is Thammasat, 1976. And blood, of course, this is a very violent image and nothing to do with the inner or the spiritual world that he might have engaged with in other images. This is very exterior, very outward looking, but again, asked to be read. So it is an engagement, a direct engagement with the public and with his audience in the fact that it's writing. You cannot describe the events of Thammasat. You have to invent a new language of art to deal with them. This isn't working. There we go. So I have just drawn up quickly a few images to show you this was what consensus art looked like. This is clearly not what he was doing, and this was what was happening around the region. This is what was also happening around the region, similar to Thammasat in the nature of state violence in different contexts, and the works that emerged in the region in Southeast Asia from these events. And oddly enough, all of them involve text in some way or another. All of them engage audiences via different types of styles. This was a work actually designed to go with poetry by Reza Piedasa in 1970. These are works from the Philippines and from Indonesia, which again involved writing, which constrained the audience to read and to engage with images which were not descriptive, but nevertheless evocative of violence, state violence of different types. Okay, and more images showing different styles, no styles in the art of Chang, and self-portrait in the art of Vuzantan, depicting different systems in 1970s Vietnam. No text in this case, but we see the self-portrait and incongruities, which is essentially what I would say 14th of October is about, incongruities and mixes to engender audience interest and involvement in the image. So we see those. And quickly now moving into Thailand in the 80s. So Tang Chang had a broad array of people around him from the 70s onwards, many important names in the firmament of Thai modern and contemporary art, including Vasan Sitiket, who is certainly does call himself a political artist. And we see here that Vassan asked Tang Chang to open one of his exhibitions in 1984, and Tang Chang agreed. And so we see that in terms of just frequentations, friendships, Tang Chang was involved with artists who were already highly, I don't know why, there we go, involved with artists who had a definite social streak to their works, and that these artists were influenced by Tang Chang. And so Vassan is a definite example. We see his works here, and especially lots of poetry. And when I asked him, so would you agree that you were influenced by Tang Chang? He said, absolutely, yes, I was. So in a sense, we can think about Tang Chang as to retrace or trace a new genealogy of contemporary art in Thailand with a few artists. I'm not saying this is generalized, but I am saying that all you need is one case in order for it to be a strand worth exploring. And certainly Vassan is one. Manit is another. Manit Sriwanitchwam, who made a documentary of Tang Chang in 1987. And whose images, I don't know, I'm having, there we go, and who pictured the family moving this particular work around. The importance of this work cannot be underestimated, and again, I think it's because it is very much about politics, ultimately. Seen from the position of Tang Chang, who didn't declare himself to be a political artist, but nevertheless was in the world. And so we see Vassan's works with writing, and we definitely trace a thread through from Tang Chang all the way from the 70s into the 90s and the 2000s, and more text, image, text, the importance of the multidisciplinary art form, which arguably is from China. I would actually say that beyond Tang Chang, many, many artists were as influenced by Chinese art or multidisciplinary art in the three perfections sense, that poetry, that language, text, and image need not be separated. That was a construct of the Western art school, and that these artists of the contemporary were not necessarily constrained by those rules. And more of these things with text, image, and text. And image and text. All this is stamped, so this is in effect rather like Tang Chang. The image is constructed with I bomb you in English as a stamp. And on that note, we will finish. Yeah. All right. So essentially, a rather speculative presentation regarding Tang Chang's place in Thai art, contemporary art of the 90s, and also the parallels. I'm not suggesting that Tang Chang and Harsono and so forth knew each other in the 70s. They did not. But just suggesting that there are through lines across the field in Southeast Asia that would seem to connect Tang Chang's modes of image creation and modes of communicating the world and society that resemble or that have parallels in the region beyond. All this worth further exploration and research. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much from the presentation of Dr. Ayola Lenzi. And may I conclude again about her presentation that is very insightful ideas that will lead us to re-investigate and recapture again in our roundtable discussion. Ayola showed us a few remarks about Tang's legacy. Tang Chang legacy that was show that he's kindly pushed himself to be involved with several groups of artists, not only visual artists, as Ayola showed us just in few slides, and so her analysis on the the form of illegible calligraphic form in Chang painting, which the most famous one is about October 14, which was named after his name after by many scholars in the art history book, and it help us to ask again about the different paradigm that the artwork can not only read or was first time embedded by the intention of the artist, but the illegible calligraphic form, asking the involvement or engagement, like Ayola give us example about concrete poem, the form of the 6 number which was put inside with the repetition of the word blood. That is a great remark that we get from Ayola presentation. So I don't want to waste your minutes. So next speaker is Associated Professor Dr. Sarina Abdullah from the University St. Malayu. And please welcome Dr. Sarina, and please feel free to take your time.
Okay. Right. Thank you to BACC and also, of course, Mr. Naoposi Tang, the director of Tang Chang Private Museum, and also the estate for the kind invitation. We had maybe 2.5 hours talking about Tang Chang and all that. Okay, but I'm here sort of like taking the late Tang Chang and his works as an entry point for the examination of 2 Malaysian artists, Chung Kang Kau and also Lee Ju For. Okay, so to begin with, okay, I would like to sort of like point out how modernisms in Asia have often been marginalized, and also, like as David have mentioned just now, has been interpreted as derivative. But there are also already many discussions that have contested this premise. I am referring to works like John Clark and ongoing works by younger scholars, regional scholars, okay, those who are working within Southeast Asia and also the Asia Pacific at large. The subject of our discussion today, the works of by the late Tang Chang, is pertinent as the artist had remained firmly outside Thailand's academic establishment throughout his life up to his death in the 1990s. A defining aspect of Chang's distinctive position on top of his paintings was his sustained and deeply rooted engagement with Chinese literature and philosophy. This commitment set him apart from many of his contemporaries for whom Chinese ethnicity was often suppressed, denied, or treated as a discrete and unspoken fact. Deeply rooted within his background, the son of a Chinese immigrant, Tang Chang's work remains explicit to references to his Chinese heritage at the time of mounting xenophobia in the context of Thailand. This orientation distinguished him from many contemporaries for whom Chinese ethnicity was frequently suppressed or disavowed, as Tang Chang neither concealed nor distanced himself from his Chinese heritage. Although Malaysia and Singapore's context and development of art are very different, narrative of Chinese artists forging their ways in the region are not new and have been examined through various frameworks. For example, stylistic adaptation of the Nanyang artists as a field of cultural exchanges were examined by using Stuart Hall's notion of identity and Homi Bhabha's concept of hybridity and the third space, and even within the construct of transcultural studies. Contemporary art discourse increasingly understands cultures not as bounded or self-contained entities, but as inherently interconnected and hybrid formations. And these processes of influence and negotiations are rarely symmetrical. They unfold within uneven terrains of cultural exchanges. In art, Asian modernism is seen as the merger of indigenous traditions with Western avant-garde influences, often emerging in response to processes of rapid urbanization, colonial conditions, and the rise of nationalist consciousness. Thus, I argue that Asian modernism not as a unidirectional diffusion of Western forms, but as a localized process of cultural regeneration, even if it emerges within unequal political and epistemic structures. This asymmetry shapes the conditions under which artists engage with inherited traditions, negotiate external influences, and ultimately articulate their own configurations of modernity throughout their life. For example, Chang had begun to develop the gestural abstraction for which he is now most widely recognized. His sustained experimentation aimed at articulating a visual language informed by Buddhist and Taoist philosophies, while at the same time positioning himself in a critical distance from the Cubist and Impressionistic tendencies dominant within Thai art circles of the period. The absence of formal institutional training became the very condition of a radical autonomy in Tan Chang's work as he developed a practice that intertwined calligraphy, abstraction, and poetry into a visual language marked by both defiance and introspection. Now, we have spent like 2.5 hours talking about this, okay? Now, what then of other Southeast Asian artists of Chinese heritage born into the second generation or even third generation and beyond? Let's look at the works of Chung Kam Kao and John Lee Ju Fo that I will refer after this as both as Chung and Lee, two artists from Malaysia whose practices articulate these distinct modes of cultural negotiations. Both artists attained international art education exposure to global art movements during the mid-20th century. Yet their practices, if we scrutinize, resist simple categorization within simple Western stylistic paradigms. Their modernist languages should be read as grounded with personal, social, and cultural, religious, and even philosophical. Lee with religious and symbolic influences, and Chung recenters local, original cultural traditions and Chinese heritage. Unlike Tang Chang, opportunities allow them to stay abroad. Chung in Taiwan and the United States, and Lee in the United Kingdom, placed them in direct contact with dominant modernist movements. John Lee Ju Fo, born in Penang in 1929, migrated with his family to Melbourne, Australia in 1973. As the result of the bloody clashes between the Malays and the Chinese in the now infamous May 13, 1969. I think like in Yola's PowerPoint, there were like images from that as well, and over reference to Reza Piedasa's work. In Australia too, Lee found himself drawn into another sort of racialized and nationalistic cultural politics and dialogues because of his new binational and bicultural status, and quote-unquote outsider in both sense of Malaysia and Australia. In Australia, he is mostly known through his playwrights, having written many stage plays and musicals, often with evangelical themes. Let's look at Lee Ju Fo's work. As you can see here, when he was in London, a time when he claims to have searched, I quote, through the various isms using my own Malayan colors and my Chinese calligraphy. I usually avoid complete realism and complete abstraction, but favor symbolism, and I love painting life, which means exciting shapes, be they human, animal, material, or imaginative ideas, end quote. Although Lee Ju Fo's early influence was calligraphy, as his father was a Chinese calligrapher, but it was the fact that he converted to Catholicism early on in his life influenced his subject matter. For example, when Lee visited St. Mark's Cathedral in Venice in 1966, he was deeply moved by the sense of spiritual uplift through the magnificent mosaic adornments, the jewel-like colors, and the fact that many of the faces of these mosaics bore an Eastern look. This led him to feel that art in the East and West shared a fundamental unity. Following this encounter, he took every opportunity to study Byzantine art to a point that he articulated his concept of Oriental Byzantine, a term that frames his practice as a personal testament to a universal creative impulse that draws from Eastern imagery and symbolism, as you can see here, a deliberate departure from what he regards as the exhausted geometries of Western abstraction. Even then, during the 60s, he had already incorporated Japanese kabuki elements into his work. Okay, this is like his earliest series that he did during that time. Throughout his work, even since the 1970s, horses, most of us know of his work today, became a recurrent motif, perhaps very much due to its significance in Chinese symbolism. Animals such as bulls and horses draw symbolic meanings associated with strength, power, and moral tension, and even more so as a symbol of vitality and endurance within Chinese cultural contexts. His horses are often depicted in moments of struggle, serving perhaps as a personal symbol or a vehicle through which he explores universal themes of conflict and hardship, experiences which he is intimately familiar. So, what we could observe through his prints and paintings, they resist clear categorization as either figurative or abstract. Instead, they are densely symbolic, reflecting an ongoing effort to negotiate multiple inheritances, a traditional Chinese familial lineage with both his grandfather and father established calligraphers and respected figures within the community, and also him as an English-oriented academic academic background with a post-colonial practicing within the context of a post-colonial desire to forge an artistic language grounded in his own transnational experience and identity. This negotiation manifests in his sustained experimentation with both Western and Eastern motifs, materials, techniques, and continuous engagement with and reworking of various cultural forms through his method of synthesis. Unlike Li Jufor, Chung Kam Kao is mostly known for his earlier geometric abstraction and minimalism through his work, New York Shaped Canvas and the See-Through series in the late 1960s and early 70s. Despite his earlier education in Taiwan, the social, cultural, and artistic milieu that Chung encountered in New York have significantly prompted a process of assimilation in his earlier works, expanding his initially Asian-oriented perspective into a more global outlook. By the mid-1970s, due to the impact of the riot and subsequently Malay affirmative policies, he began to re-engage with local culture and heritage, resonating with the ideological impetus of the National Cultural Congress in 1971. Artists were encouraged both implicitly and at times explicitly to engage with local or national forms, prompting a renewed focus on traditional motifs, crafts, and symbols such as batik, calligraphy, and wood carving, signaling a move away from purely Western formalist approaches, marking a shift from a broad modernistic approach towards a more ideological form of cultural modernity. His festival series could be seen as in parallel with the broader discourse and the cultural attempt at a suggestive Malaysian national identity. Works within this series are constructed through combination of mixed media, incorporating handmade and molded paper alongside acrylic. Central to this composition is the artist's selection and elevation of traditional food, which function both as material elements and as culturally resonant symbols, such as kuih angku and also ketupat. The artist notes that it is through the configuration of forms and structures of festival-related cakes, offerings, and artifacts that he seeks to evoke and communicate the ethos of shared traditions and values that characterize the Malaysian way of life. The juxtaposition of ketupat, as you can see here, through the approach of Chinese traditional painting articulated through fluid, continuous, and gestural black lines, perhaps recall the brushwork of Chinese ink painting. These interpretive connections are mediated through modernist strategies as the artist relies on contour and rhythmic variations in the width of the line, an approach deeply rooted in calligraphic aesthetics, where the line is both descriptive and expressive. So in Chung's work, the background is mostly flattened, patterned, and lacking perspectival depth. This compositional strategy parallels with traditional Chinese painting's resistance to Western linear perspective, as space is treated as a layered or atmospheric through a more contemporary, almost screen-printed or textile-like patterning, indicating a synthesis rather than a direct continuation of Chinese tradition. Of course, Chung's interests were later extended through his Dragon series and also his Kung Fu series. In different ways, as this paper have discussed, both artists engage with abstraction not as a purely formal exercise, but as a mean of articulating inner states and broader philosophical concerns, whether through Chung's disciplined, process-oriented investigations of material and structure, or Lee's gestural, emotionally charged explorations of symbolism and psyche, it may be argued that both Chung Kam Kao and Lee Jufor and Tan Chang, of course, despite their apparent divergences in method and visual language, share a fundamental commitment to negotiating identity, materiality, and cultural consciousness within the context of Southeast Asian modernism specifically. With that, I thank you.
Thank you. Associate Professor Dr. Sarina, about your insightful presentation. May I conclude again about your presentation that very blow my mind about how the artists in the local in the time of the colonial expansion can maintain their indigenous invention, which is not fully neglect or fully follow the avant-garde influence from the West or other country. And also your comparison and analysis about how the artist can compare the subject and technique of their own self with the expression of personal symbol and tools of expression that lead or came from their basic training, such as the pattern of batik or foot carving that you show me with the work from Mr. Chung, right? And also this can connect to the artistic trajectories of Tang Chang as well, which he was not fully follow the international influence, but he can invent his own language, and also his basic training by practice in both Taoism and Buddhism, and can lend him very diverse to create his work that is both his personal language and international language as well. Thank you. And so for our next speaker, please welcome Dr. Simon Soon from University of Melbourne. Please join. And feel free to take your time, 15 minutes or 20 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. How's everyone feeling? It's that time of the day. Sorry to put you through another session, but I have to perform. All right, so good afternoon. I'm very thankful for the invitation from the Tang Chang Private Museum and BACC to be part of this panel. You will notice that as the panel progresses, Tang Chang's presence is increasingly diminished so that a comparative view might come into relief in order to sort of like prop up his larger sort of like spirit, right, within this symposium today. So in line of that, in this short presentation, ooh, how do I do this? Okay. So, in this short presentation, instead of speaking contemporaneously or futuristically, my comparative register is anachronistic. When invited to share this on this panel, I kept returning to a paper that I presented a few weeks ago. So, apologies to some of the Singapore colleagues who have listened to me drone on and on and on and on and on about Penang. But I wanted to look at Penang in the 1930s at two others for two ideas that may offer us new directions for future scholarship on Chang, or maybe think alongside these things that I've been thinking about. So the first is really the idea of entrepreneurialism and its seldom acknowledged contribution to infrastructure making in diasporic cultures. And the second is to recognize the culture of overhearing as a feature of living in proximity with one another, especially in an urban environment. Oh, down. Okay, sorry, I've been pressing the wrong thing. So I begin with Yong Man Sen's artistic trajectory as a parallel to Tang Chang. Though biographical accounts suggest some grounding in a Chinese literati tradition, he never passed through a formal art school, having grown up in Sarawak before working for a period in Singapore in the 1920s and settling in Penang in 1928. His studio eventually moved from Julia Street to Penang Road, and then diagonally across the street, Man Sen also operated Shanghai Photo Studio, as evidenced by some of these newspaper advertisements that we're able to sort of like find from newspapers, right, established around the 1930s, making art making and commercial image production, not as separate activities, but mutually sort of like constitutive ones. So what's interesting is that a travelogue published in 1930 captured the studio, likely in its very early days. It offers quite a vivid account of the space. Inside the studio itself, local landscapes competed for attention for larger lion and tiger genre paintings, while smaller works depicting what the author describes as lively scenes of Malay kampung life filled and displayed across the wall itself. The studio also distributed European and Chinese art supplies, functioned as a framework making workshop with mirror frames imported from Italy and Shanghai, while art classes rounded out the offering. The business apparently reported a profit of around $10,000 annually in 1930, a figure that speaks to the scale of Man Sen's commercial ambition. Unlike many of his contemporaries whose fortunes collapsed under the weight of the global economic depression, Man Sen and his family appeared to have weathered the crisis and even acquired a car during this period, in the 1930s. So, here we may compare two bodies of representation in Man Sen's work. And his photographic portrait, for example, from his photo studio business, fussy ornamentation and props are pared down. The photographic portrait shows a middle-aged woman standing against a backdrop made up of seemingly cut-out abstract graphical lines, right? The portrait came to, I guess, embody a kind of like new ethos, like the energetic logo that he also designed for the renaming of his studio in 1930s. The portrait took on and sort of like Art Deco sensibility. And this sensibility becomes even more distinct when we consider an example of his more painterly output that you see next to it, Mother and Child. Here, Man Sen was much more taken by the work of Gauguin, which he was only acquainted through books, right? In a sense, then Gauguin's primitivism was attractive to Man Sen, the painter, who began training his attention towards those unrepresented by the restrictions and conventions of the photo studio portrait in the 1930s. Yet this sensibility had over time reproduced in Man Sen a kind of distancing stereotype of the other, specifically in terms of how Man Sen viewed his understanding of the Malay subject that he sought to capture in his paintings. At that same time, Man Sen also worked as a photojournalist, editing a pictorial supplement for the Chun Nam Morning Daily, Though short-lived, the newspaper itself did not survive that long. Its supplements offered clues to the widening cultural networks in which Munsen was operating. And by 1936, the financial and reputational stability of Munsen, cultivated through his studio, his painting studio, art studio, and photography business, enabled him to mount an exhibition of an unprecedented scale, which was the Penang Ying Art Exhibition, a title that's derived from an onomatopoeia of birdsong that was held in the LITEC School 5th branch across 3 days in April, with the Consul General of China and his wife then officiating the opening. With over 300 works exhibited by more than 40 artists across Malaya, China, and Japan, spanning oil painting, watercolor, sculpture, photography, calligraphy, carved reliefs, and stamps, and also photography. The exhibition really, resists any form of categorization within a single sort of aesthetic movement, right? It has a very intermediate kind of curatorial logic, gathering oil paintings alongside stamps, photography alongside calligraphy, and defies the boundary of any kind of single ism. What it announces instead is maybe a kind of confidence, an assertion that Penang, shaped by its mercantile resilience and its artistic network across the Nanyang, had its own sort of claim on modernity. So I suppose in these activities, then Munsen appears as a cultural entrepreneur, one whose significance becomes legible only when placed within the broader social and economic landscape of Penang in the 1930s. A Penang correspondent writing for the Singapore Nanyang Xiangpao under the byline Nan Guo offers precisely this kind of portrait. And between 1934 to 1936, Nan Guo himself published a series of articles surveying Penang's slow recovery from the Great Depression, counting empty houses, mapping cinemas, bookshops, photo studios, and also, interestingly, attending exhibitions. This is an example of his column from which you can extract this information where he started chronologically sort of mapping out exhibitions that took place in Penang over a 10-year period, right? So what it does is that, I guess what it suggests is that it reads like a sociology of cultural resilience on some level, an attempt to understand how the city's mercantile and artistic life might reconstitute itself after a catastrophic financial collapse. And within this landscape, Munsen then comes into focus. Not so much as an outlier or an amateur, but as a figure whose studio, photography, art making, and exhibition making was deeply embedded in the commercial and cultural logic of his time. I suppose a similar reframing may be useful in perhaps how we might want to think about Tang Chang, and this is entirely speculative on my part, because Tang Chang has so many hyphenated identities, right? And what might the figure of the entrepreneur reveal about resilience, about his versatility, and the self-fashioning that shaped Tang Chang's artistic practice, and the broader support system that he was embedded within. Perhaps his activities as a temple door guardian painter, photographer, portraitist, and poet were not disparate roles, right? But forms of cultural labor grounded in the types of opportunities that were made available to him. I like the word that was used by Yinka this morning, this idea of resourcefulness. The second point that, I only have 5 minutes, the second point I want to make requires us to go back to Munsen. The second point I want to make requires us to go back again to consider Munsen in relation to his peer, Abdullah Arif. What happens when we read them together, synchronically within Penang's social world, beside each other rather than diachronically as a historical mode of reckoning with the past. The question here is not linked to state formation or imaginary, but a kind of city sensibility, specifically the very idea that proximity we are with one another allows us to overhear each other. So just very quickly, Abdullah Arif is not Yong Munsen's kind of opposite. He's really his sort of neighbor, right? While Munsen moved within the Chinese language sort of cultural networks of the Nanyang, translating European Impressionism and Gauguinist primitivism into local idiom, Abdullah Arif navigated a parallel world. a compradorial sort of like Jawi Peranakan community of Penang, its Islamic print culture, and a vision of modernity in which the West was reflected through the light of Egypt rather than Paris. So he was an art teacher at the Anglo-Chinese school and invited to join the Penang Impressionist Society, recognized for his sort of like formal competence, right, and society standing. That warranted his sort of like inclusion. Some of his all-on-board works survive from the 1930s, demonstrate his competent handling of the Plenar Convention. He also experimented with lino cut and also sort of like the Art Deco style kind of like posters for tourism, right, at that time. But it is in the local newspaper that Abdullah Arif's practice became most revealing and most sharply distinct from Mansen. In, for example, the pages of Suara Malaysia, and the twice-weekly Dewasa here. That you see, he's contributed illustrations that captured dimensions of Malay and Jawi Peranakan life that Mansen's canvases rarely touched on, or his what Mansen's watercolors were rarely touched on. Whereas Mansen depicted Malay village life, tended towards the idyllic and picturesque, Abdullah's newspaper illustrations bring us into the world with social practice, a world full of social practice and communal interiority. And here we encounter scenes of Malay sociality, a reciter at the center of a gathered crowd, listeners leaning in, the performance of text as a shared, bodily, embodied sort of like event. It is this oral public information, a reading culture that, as the scholar Zaba observed in his article for the Journal of the Malaysian branch of the Royal Asiatic Society, it was not centered on solitary silent reading, but on the recitation and amplification of the written word through a voice assembly. And Abdullah Arif's sort of like illustration gives this culture a visual form. His most philosophically ambitious illustrations are, of course, the ones he produced for column headings in Dewasa, devoted to news from the Islamic world. The art historian Zakaria Ali has drawn attention to this extraordinary juxtaposition at work in this vignette. An Islamic world of palm trees, rows and domes, the Giza pyramids and Ottoman mosques, all set against a night sky filled with stars and crescent moon, placed alongside, juxtaposed against images of, that conveys this representation of electrical communication, air and sea travel, and horizontal and vertical spread of modern working and living spaces. These are worlds that seem on the surface incommensurable since they juxtapose the ancient and the modern, sacred and technological, global and local. Yet Abdullah Arif does not resolve the tension so much as to hold it, right? Keeps it in suspension. And I guess through that, it expresses a kind of like distinct Malay Muslim kind of like imagining of the contemporary world in the 1930s and what place within it that the community might claim. So in bringing Mansen and Abdullah Arif into comparison, I suggest that both artists were negotiating the encounter between local life and imported forms, received knowledge, between particular textures of their communities and the universal ambitions of modernism. Both were also working through print culture, newspaper pages, illustrated supplements, student yearbook, to make that negotiation visible. The worlds they inhabited, the publics they addressed, were not the same. They reflected a modernism understood as Western through other geographical and cultural notes. Mansen's modernism, of course, oriented towards a Chinese language cosmopolitanism anchored in treaty ports of China and Singapore. Abdullah Arif was oriented towards a much more Islamic cosmopolitanism directed at Cairo, Istanbul, and funnily enough, later Imperial Japan. That both trajectories coexisted within the city, within the same decade, largely without direct conversation, is itself the most important thing. That Penang's modernity was not one modernity but many, running parallel, occasionally sort of intersecting with one another. So in reading them together, it pushes back, I guess, a long-standing historiographical sort of like desire to pit them as rivals for the title of the father of Malaysian art. Instead, we might want to understand them as neighbors, right, of the same kind of like noisy intermedial urban environment itself. So this is where I use the term concept of overhearing to borrow anthropologist James Siegel's sort of like use of the term to name a mode of cross-cultural attunement that arises not from shared language or explicit exchange, but from the very idea of proximity itself. They overhear each other because the pages of a city that I've demonstrated was not visually quiet. And what that suggests is that a lot of the sort of like the interests of the work is not stylistic revolt in the matter of European avant-garde. It is more practical and durable. It is, I guess, related to the invention of new systems of patronage through entrepreneurialism and openness to sort of like opportunity, right? And I guess in bringing all this up, I'm very sort of like curious, are there parallels of this with what Tang Chang is doing? What might we gain by seeing Tang Chang through such lens, as opposed to through the lens of the outsider, the misfit, or the in-betweener? How might we then sort of like, how might that challenge the way we qualify this agency, right? Or this idea of the power, so to speak. In turn, if we were to depart from a monographic understanding of Tang Chang and locate Tang Chang within an urban artistic ecology of Bangkok, who might he have overheard? I remember seeing this photograph, I think it was published in an article, where we have Tang Chang next to Pratuang Amjaran and also next to Paibun Suwarnakut. Three very different sort of like personality with very different sort of like approaches to art, right? That fact demands a different question from the one Thai art historiography has too often asked, right? Not who was first or not whose lineage is legitimate, but what social world and what infrastructure makes such versatility and overhearing sort of like possible. I believe the answer lies possibly within the city itself. It's kind of like economy, it's overlapping publics, it's circuits of print and commerce, and it's spirited kind of like co-presence of all these differences. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Simonsoon, about your reflection about what's called overhearing and also proximity of the location of practicing for artists who practicing their own work and develop their practice in quite specific context that he brought to show us what can we imagine about sociological or economic context of two main artists. He showed us it is Munsen and Arif that can compare to Tang Chang in the context that Simon concluded that we should not reconsider Tang Chang's position as both misfit or as an outsider only, but he the one can adapt himself practically by his basic training or his revolvable tendency to select the influence and use a proper tool, and also some of the idea which was repeated many times is about his involvement, his engagement. That's not only in his personal language, but also is about the life and time of Tang Chang as well. So, after we have listened to our full speakers, we will finish with the roundtable discussion, and we have about 30 to 40 minutes, and I would like to show you we will get along with 15 minutes or 20 minutes with group discussion, and then I would like to open the floor and ask the audience to share your question and comments later, and we will finish around 16:10, right? Okay, please welcome our speakers. Is it beautiful for me to sit in the middle?
Of course. You should sit in the middle.
Okay, thank you. I took very messy notes, but it doesn't put in the order. But as a listener and moderator, I keep in mind some topics and words that pop up during your presentation. Is about involvement or engagement or the paradigm change. Not to look at Chang only in authorial way, like his heroic persona, but like Kenji talk about the installation of the pieces painting in his house that can show modulating energy, strong feeling to take his brush in calligraphic terms, and also his slowing down. I think what the keyword I would like to share from you is about not only personal language, but about a quite abstract way like engagement. What do you think about the word engagement can imply from Chang position in history, both in the local or very small context, such as Thai contemporary art, or as Iola said, very insightful topic word that you call anticipating contemporary, which is not yet contemporary. But what is shown in your presentation is not about chronological define to assist us to locate Tang Chang, but it's the whole way he engaged. How do you think about the word engagement and involvement can be both practically visible and tell us about Tang Chang?
Me?
Yes, you first.
Me first. Okay. Thank you for the question. What I meant when I was suggesting that he anticipated, and again, this is as I think all of us somewhat projecting or speculative, is that he's anticipating the contemporary. I think because his whole being and his art are in the world and engaging around. So he's not producing secretly in a studio artworks as an object. I think all my colleagues mentioned that, and that he sees his whole being as productive, as it were, and that in a way that brings us into Simon's presentation, the versatility and the business of wearing many hats. And I think what I was trying to show when I showed the other contemporary Southeast Asians of the 70s is that all of them, in effect, had that same approach. In other words, they used whatever they had to hand in order to respond globally to what was going on around them. They were all in the world, and none of them produced objects for the sake of the object. So engagement with the audience, I think, and specifically in the case of Chang through this writing, which is quite abstract, right? Not abstract, meaning conceptual, in the sense that if you're producing the number 14 and it says blood, those are two things that you have to connect. And who has to connect them is the audience. So in other words, relational in some regards, meaning that you're relying on the audience to do some work. That is not a finite object that is self-contained. So I guess when I was talking about engagement, I meant art that is beyond the self-contained. In other words, that requires, or that can require some intercession, and that expects some intercession. I don't know if that answers the question. Does that answer your question?
You want to take the question?
I guess in a way, my interest in this is that to see in parallel at the same time, more or less. But as like Yola has made those connections as well, but I'm looking at maybe like a certain event that, what are the interrelationships between Li Jiufor and Chung Kam Kao, and the idea with Tan Chang, sort of like, how sort of like I position them within an extension, I wouldn't say extension, but happening in parallel at a time, what could be useful for me to look at. So I think like my sense is that Li Jiufor's stylistic approach are more familiar in that sense, but then But then we are also talking about the 13th May event in Malaysia, okay, in which both artists reacted differently. One stayed on, but tried to incorporate the local, the Muhibah agenda and whatnot, the multicultural, approach into his paintings, as in the works of Chung Kam Kao. But on the other hand, Lee Ju-fo, because he personally had that, a very, very significant experience of having his family members, that experience of the 13th May, decided 2 years later to actually migrate to Australia. And yet, in Australia, he did produce some paintings and all that, but that singular event, how does this sort of resulted in how Malaysian Chinese artists sort of reacted to it in terms of their own art making? That's what I was interested in. Yeah.
I'm asking about the keywords that I collected from 4 speakers about engagement or involvement. It's not only about to invent the personal language from their receive influence or tools, but many of Tang Chang slides that you present show a lot that he's not only the artist who only produced work alone in his studio, but he involved with the larger event than his studio, and also he can appropriate the influence from his background, like Sino-Thai descent, or with many appropriation too that he has. So I start with very broad question about how involvement and engagement you can see in Chang practice and artistic trajectories.
I mean, this question of Chang's engagement with the world, with others, I think has come up in every presentation. But what I find interesting is the different levels of zooming in and zooming out that we've been working with, right? That what Chang's archive gives us access to is a sense of what we might call the strong connections, like strong linkages, people who he is talking to, and we can substantiate in very empirical terms. But it seems as if the curatorial work and the historical work around Chang is also dependent a lot on weaker affinities, maybe, or affinities that are staged, which is not to say that they are any lesser than kind of the traditional empirical ones. Right, but I think it raises an interesting question for us, for our panel, as we're thinking comparatively. We're thinking about diasporic Chinese artists in various places. We're thinking about the question of Asian modernism, right? That what does it mean to stage these comparisons, right? And what future kinds of comparisons we might wish to stage, right? As you are pointing out.
So the question is about how we have engaged with Tang Chang's work. Is that right? I'm so sorry.
How do you think about his we changed a bit of a paradigm to re-looking at Chang, not only authorial persona himself, like Kenji said about the whole resource we have from archiving and your discipline in art history show us that Chang is not only the one who explain with heroic paradigm, but many times with the many slides shown by the speaker, such as Iola's show that Chang always participate to the younger artist generation exhibition, and also Symposium show us about the comparable context between 13 May in Malay and in context of Chang. So it showed that the study of Tang Chang is double-sided, like Kenji said. We have to zoom in and zoom out. So when we zoom in, zoom out, how we can see the network of engagement that Chang himself practiced like unconsciously, and sometimes he was, for sure, he will be explained posthumously by scholar who working nowadays about his engagement.
I suppose one of the interesting thing about Chang is the way he sort of like subverts this idea of scale when it comes to, I guess, infrastructure building, for lack of a better word. I'm just sort of like riffing off what I've been talking about earlier about infrastructure, about thinking about art ecologies that are not necessarily, that mirror some of these sort of like criteria that we ticked off to qualify, you know, what we consider as modern art institutions, you know, elsewhere, right? I think my sort of like curiosity is this thing that I've been sort of like, that's been sort of like talked about today, but also within the archive itself, the presence of the institute that he was building in 1985, right? This idea of poet Tang Chang Institute of Modern Art that is so closely wedded to his own sort of like personality, yet it is ambitiously declarative in an institutional sort of like sense of the term, and what that might sort of like mean. I don't know enough, I'm not a Tang Chang scholar, but that seems to be quite a sort of like interesting kind of like avenue to, I guess, you know, tease out, right, this idea of what is this sort of like infrastructure is Tang Chang trying to build outside of his practice. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Simon. Come back to your reflection about scale, infrastructure, and infrastructure building at the time that we can solve by the slide presented by our speakers. So do you think, is he like quite too much avant-garde than the growth of institution? I mean, when he invent his personal language, that it was analyzed again posthumously. So what institution going to be like to analyze him enough? Commonly to put him in the manual textbook for the students to explain him like we are discussing. So what kind of institution going to be come together? I mean, work together, not only personal museum and archiving institution. I mean, what if we have another people like Chang from now? So I will come back to, as you're talking about how about infrastructure making gonna help if we find the big issue like Tang Chang's legacy.
Or maybe should we think about infrastructure differently, following the lead of the poet Tang Chang Institute of Modern Art? Would that sort of like lead us down a different way about thinking about institution and infrastructure, not museum like how we understand it, not conservation like, you know, as the standards that's been set, you know, by, you know, Europe or America, but, you know, would that be other sort of like ways of thinking about custodianship that we can take a leaf out of, you know, this institutional thinking that maybe Tang Chang was already proposing through that space that he has set up. I don't know. Scholar, the real scholar.
No, I mean, I think you're right in picking up the thread about institution making, right? Institution making at this smaller scale, right? And I mean, we've talked about this before, you know, my own pet project and interest in like Puttatat Bhikkhu's spiritual theater, right? As another kind of institutional project in the 1960s where there was somebody who, you know, was trying to amass a bunch of artworks. You know, in that case, Puttatat was making reproductions of other people's artworks, right? And showing them in this space in his temple in Surat Thani. But the protocols for showing work were very idiosyncratic, right? Sometimes he projected the works on, and a slide projector. Some works were painted as wall murals. Some works were painted on canvas and then shown. Now a lot of those don't survive anymore. Similarly with Chang, right? You get the sense that the works were meant to be handled. There's all these beautiful photos from the archives of him, but also his family, his students moving around the works, and you would think that's a very different way of thinking about the value of artwork, right? Which is not to say that the works aren't precious, right? The fact that they can be handled does not mean that they're not precious, but that their value does not necessarily come from being these kind of sacred, untouchable things, right? That we call art.
Could I add something to that? So in Manich's film from '87, it's a 20-minute film or so. I'm sure you're familiar with it, but you do see, and he commented this because he was present, of course, he interviewed the artist. And I said, what is going on here? Why are these paintings being moved around? And it's, in fact, if you think about institutions, there were very few institutions. So in a way, it's not that Chang is usurping the institution, is that he himself is imagining an institution. His place was an institution. I'm very interested in it because he mixes the poet and the painter aspect. So that for me is the key thing. But beyond that, it's also the fact that he had an audience always of students, of painters, and also other interlocutors and his family. But they did move the work around, signifying that they were thinking of rehangs in an institutional sense, and that certain works were more precious than others to him. And already, I think in '85, when he created this, he knew the value of his own work. He was very confident. I think this comes through even in the '70s. And if you look at Apinan's book, the number of references to Chang far exceeds anyone else. So already when Apinan was researching his book in the '80s, it was evident, I think, within the Thai art world that Chang was an institution. Beyond the fact that he had an institution himself, he was already up and beyond. And I think he knew it. I don't know. Again, I'm not a Chang scholar, but the archive surely will reveal more on this topic. So to me, the institution is just an extension of the fact that he already knew that he was a great artist. And people obviously also knew because they swarmed to get his advice and be taught by him. So I think, again, obviously it's completely different to a Western context, which is to be expected, and I don't even think we should be going there. I don't think it's even necessary to compare and contrast endlessly with the Western context. Southeast Asia in the 20th century is not Euro-America, and there are no institutions, except for maybe in the Philippines in the 70s at this point. So I think we change the framework. We think about Chang as a confident maestro, a master, who self-taught doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. And I think we understand that he is central to Thai modernism already in the 80s, already in the 70s even. He had so many important students. So just the framing should be maybe altered a little bit.
I think I also like to respond to the question of the infrastructure and also institution, because for me, I'm looking at it as now, how do you want to study this artist within context of Asia, because it's relating to Asian modernisms, okay? So yeah, today we are looking at Chang, but what about artists who are actually like Chang, but there are many other artists in the rest of Southeast Asia, actually. And I think what is very important is that we start to, or we have already been doing what we do as Inter-Asia, referencing the kind of sort of study of Asian artists within the context of Asia, rather than sort of an extension or comparative with European modernisms and that kind of thing. So I think it is very important for us to actually locate and sort of like trace, even though similar but not, but very much differences. But that is happening around Southeast Asia, which there's a lot of artists of Chinese heritage that relocates and the whole family and sort of like grew up in the region. Yeah, so that's what I was like thinking, and how did we sort of like connect these dots and how and how they became what they are today in terms of this historical Chinese lineage and all that. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Sarina. After I heard from you, another word pop up in my mind is about not only about interracial or sub-region studies that we can connect Chang legacy with this topic, but also I would like to come back to the matter of scale as well. Not only the physical scale, like Kenji talked about Puttatat Bhikkhu archive, right? And also the scale that we need energy or knowledge to preserve or to make knowledge production from them. So what do you think about, imagine about the larger or smaller scale to do with the plenty of number of material that each speaker show? I mean, the public cannot access them all. But what is the kind of the tools or technology can help us to remotely understand Tang Chang legacy in brief? The tools or the approach. And without the 3 or 2 days, the scholars sit here and share. And for people who are not appear or here, how can you imagine about the tools?
I'd like to introduce you to Cheryl Gui, who has spent 1.5 years working on this amazing digital platform. Is it on yet?
It's currently still in its beta phase.
Yeah.
Being made into a public platform. Yeah. Come here. Sorry. Yeah. So the archive is still currently in its beta phase, of being made into a public platform. But actually, the artworks are already available online. So we have high-resolution photographs that are all ready for any scholarly research and study to be done on it. And yeah, the archives are still currently undergoing kind of documentation, but I think there is a lot to be explored in terms of the connections between Tang Chang and his students. Like, I think one key idea that was mentioned by all the speakers was this idea of relationality, right? And like Tang Chang's kind of place in a wider social world. And I think this is really apparent through the teacher and student relationships. And I think this is quite like a feature of maybe even Southeast Asian modernism, this like respect for the teacher. And maybe by tracing, like going to the artists that Tang Chang influenced and like tracing backwards the genealogies, we may be able to map out this kind of infrastructure. Yeah.
So I have more question about teacher-student relationship. Is it implied? I mean, plethora or mindset of, is he describe himself or perceive himself in the relationship with younger student as teacher and student, or it's just reinterpreted later? This kind of thing is involved in the key idea of engagement. People come together with the scale of proximity, as Simon said about proximity and rehearing. So this kind of narrative is a result of the matter of rehearing about Chang legacy, and was retold or rewritten again as it was called teacher-student relationship.
Don't know if I've that much to add about student-teacher relationship, but as we were talking about that, then I was thinking then figures like Tang Chang and maybe even sort of like Yongman Sen on some level have sort of like acquired this kind of like status of the self-born almost. They're often framed as autochthonous, right? They self-learn. They don't have, they don't belong to any formal art school sort of like training. I don't actually sort of like have a point to sort of like say about that, but I just thought I'd sort of like bring this up as a counterpoint to the kind of like lineage of learning that we're so often, that they have sort of like, frame our earlier sort of like discussion, right? And then put it out there and see where it lands.
Can you take more question? Without a narrative, retold teacher-student relationship with just some big myth about Chang. So, on the other hand, is a self-born artist or self-learned, self-taught artist is exceptional for Chang, Chang at that time. I mean, isn't he the only one that exceptional in his lifetime? Or now you can see students can learn by pay money for online platform to upskill their artist tools. Is Chang only the exceptional case study?
I don't know if it's exceptional, as Ken Ji have sort of like pointed out in his research, is looking at, what's his name? Buddha Tat, right? As one example. I myself is also very interested in similar kind of like inquiry. I've been looking at this local chieftain from Aceh who's doing similar kind of like paintings in 1904, right? During the sort of like Aceh War. So I feel like the word exceptional or exceptionalism that then actually sort of like obscures the fact that there are sort of like these moments in sort of like Southeast Asian art history, and maybe there is something to be made about perhaps further sort of like conversation on what all of us are sort of like doing in order to sort of like bring this constellation into at least some form of comparison at some date.
Certainly there are more. And I think you have to think about the context of Southeast Asia in the mid-20th century. The academy was the exception in some regards, okay? It was colonial, and it was often for the elites. And art ultimately is a personal thing. I mean, you can go to school and somebody can vaguely show you, but ultimately there's a skill set that is in the hand and in the brain of the guy, of the person. And so there's only so much that the school can impart. And I'm sure there are all sorts of autodidact artists all around Southeast Asia that we may or may not know about. But I don't think Tang Chang was unique. So one of the artists that I showed is also self-taught. I think there's a lot more research to be done. I think that's the upshot of all this.
It's good to hear that we encourage a lot of researchers to dig into this topic about is the words exceptionalism is outdated, and you can explain it by in the context of mid-20th century that to make an artist who train is not only the personal thing. It is your economic. It needs your income and your aim to be an artist as a career, as you show, as Serena showed me the artists who both create photography and also the painting, that he can like operate both to continue his practice. And the next question, we still have about 15 minutes. Do you want to open the floor to the audiences or the? Okay, I think we have finished my curious question about the presentation, and I would like to ask the audience to share your question and comments, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Paptawan Swanakut. I'd like to, I have two things. One out of my curiosity about the archive. The next one is I want to share my direct experience with Tang Chang. I was known to him, he was known to me in the 1970s and very intensely in 1980. First thing first, my curiosity about archive and addressed to Cheryl. Is there a way in which, or the materials that concern the art discourse of the day in the contemporary of Chang Satang, outside the card, the letters, the correspondence, the newspaper, the reporters, because my direct experience is when Chang Satang, I always called him Chang, he mentioned friends and foe, so that the art discourse is about the dilemma of the institutional art discourse and the outside. So the misfit may be not the direct description of Tang Chang, but the art discourse of the day, regardless of the political context and the taboo and the art of cancel or self-censor, things like that. So this is my curiosity about the archive. I have other thing to share about the teacher and students' context, because to me he was so humble. He doesn't call himself as master, and also he has knowledge to share. For it's okay. For instance, sometime when I came out of his studio atelier, when I had his one-on-one, face-to-face with him for maybe 2 hours a day daily during 1980. When I came out, Chiwa Gomon Malai was there, and very often he was there, and the person who we have things in common about Tang Chang is Jumpon Apisuk, Prawat Lao Jalern, and so on and so forth. So he influenced a lot of artists, most of the time out of the institutional context. So maybe this is what I want to share for this panel. Thank you.
Remember, the photo actually came from you, right? Yeah.
Anybody has another question, please?
Just only 2 questions. The first one is for keynote speaker in the morning, and the second is for speaker in afternoon on the stage. Okay, that's first one. I would like to ask the question, Dr. Lin Kerr, is she here or not? She gone. Maybe later. Oh, okay. So the second question, may I ask Dr. Kenji, on the poster advertisement on this seminar, mention Dr. Kenji interest in Buddhist modernity. So my question is there anything about Chang Satang that can do the research on this topic? Because when I work part-time at his gallery, Navapu Gallery, I saw many material that someone write letter to him and mentioned that he think he gained some enlightenment or some kind like that. And on the Tao Te Ching he translate. Very interesting. He used the name, the term Tao, and translate on Dhamma in the Pali term.
Yeah, so the question is about Buddhism and Chang. And since we've been talking about Chinese and Sinophone connections, I think it might be interesting to take this in that direction, that you see in Chang this kind of conflation, right, compatibility of Buddhism and Taoism. And that seems to be in the air at that time. There were other translations of Tao Te Ching, right, at that time that were being done quite freshly and new. Texts that, whether if it's in Chang's own collection or not, but this general interest in the Thai Chinese diaspora in looking east, let's say, as if that cultural memory is no longer organic, but has to be retrieved through these texts, right? And what's also interesting is that if you look at translations by Kun Mo Tan Mo Siang, who's another translator who worked a lot on Chinese texts at that time, he translated from the Chinese, but also was looking at English translations of these Chinese texts. Right? So there was this sense in which the question of diasporic Chinese memory was also rerouted through like a more international sphere of print circulation on Buddhism, right, as well. Not sure if that addresses your question directly, but I think it's an interesting moment in thinking about why Thai Buddhists were so interested in Chinese and Eastern thought.
My name is Nia Lintep. I'm from Myanmar. And also today is a coincidence because at the morning I just on the seminars about Dr. Almisha about contemporary artist histories and his interview in Myanmar. And also through that I get know lots of the story behind. And it's make more interesting because I'm very far from the generations. I'm Gen Z. The question is how we can make the paradigm more alive. Because you do archivings of the how to say entrepreneur or some sacrifice committed for the life and make the art scene much more better Tangent. But how there's also many parameters behind and layers of what we knowing what we can see and what we can see and also spiritual parameter through the arts but sometimes it blends the paintings. For example, Madrugal walks and things still interact in different way in some abstract arts and so on. How we can make the paradigm because the generations, old generation stories, what they have been will be more lively, but for the future generations and think what they see will be different. And also the age is also quite changing, our perception, the world. So how we can make more lively the interaction between artists, stories, things, the artwork, and so on him, and also the contemporaries around him, around that era or timeline.
The word you use is what? Lively, is it?
Maybe I would like to respond.
Paradigm, timeline, the interaction. Because even though it's 40 years, but it's been quite changed a lot.
Yeah. I think what your idea is that what we're talking about is like our super senior, right? And maybe the younger generation is the Gen Z doesn't find it relatable because these are grandfather, great grandfather sort of level, But I think what we need to take home for the younger generation, because I'm also a lecturer in Ajahn, is that how I see this is that see Tan Chang's work in parallel with two Malaysian artists, but which is parallel. But when I mentioned in my presentation, what does it mean for first generation, second generation, Chinese heritage artists, and beyond. Okay, I think very most importantly is that the younger generation, or how do you want to define yourself, right? In a context we really have to sort of define how we sort of like position ourselves today. But it is very important for you to know a little bit of history so that in the interrelationships, you do not find that this is very sort of like you are positioning yourself within an abstract context or a very void, so that just say if you're an artist, you are able to sort of like reflect that maybe historical, timeline, though you might be practicing and doesn't have any relationship at all to all of these like previous predecessors and all that. So, but I think it is very good for you to rethink how you can sort of like fit in because of the issue of maybe like teacher-student relationship. It is not so very obvious today because a younger generation of artists have a lot of influences, not limitedly through their teachers, but they, all those influences came through the phones, whatever, Instagram or DeviantArt or whatever, So that change in a way of how younger artists sort of like absorb influence, quote unquote influences. So that's already a way how knowledge it is sort of like becomes sort of like rhizomatic rather than very tree-like structure from the way that things are being taught a long time ago. Yeah.
I would just add very quickly a few words. Ethos of Tang Chang. So if you think Tang Chang is irrelevant in terms of the work, don't think about the work necessarily. Think about the ethos, the freedom of Tang Chang. That's it. Just the freedom. Just that business of just total experimentation and unwillingness to play by any real rules.
So we just has 1 minute left. Do you have anything to reflect? And any more question with a very quick answer and question? Time's out, okay. And I have to quickly conclude. It's very great opportunity to share with the scholar, the speaker in this panel. And mostly, I think it can extend this idea to the way people research or practice on knowledge production from the legacy that was left in both narrative, orally or literally in academic textbook or in documents. Also, Tang Chang legacy and his private museum is kind of like many dots you have to collect and mapping about what is the dynamic behind the movement, and that call us to come back to rethink about Ayola said anticipating contemporary or proto-contemporary, that is a matter of scale, like Simon said and Kenji said about the scale and intimacy and power. So it is very impressive for me to be here as moderator, and I would like to, on behalf of the speaker, we would like to extend our gratitude and our appreciation to both Tang Chang's family, Dr. Noapu Setang, and the host institution, BACC, to have us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, our moderator and also our panelists. So that's a wrap for the first panel on Tang Chang and Asian modernism. However, as we are running on a tight schedule, we will take a short 5-minute break before we're going to move into our final panel. So please feel free to step out or in for just a quick refresh, and we will resume here again at 4:15. So that said, that the room will be open for you to feel free to step in and out, but we will begin promptly at 4:15 p.m. for our final panel from China to Thailand, from translation to free verse and concrete poetry. Welcoming all of you back to the final panel discussions. And I hope you guys can find your proper seat now, because we're going to begin very, very shortly. So if anyone can hear my voice, could you please come inside the room, and we're going to begin our final sessions very soon. And we now arrive at our final session of the day, from China to Thailand, from translation to free verse and concrete poetry. Welcome back here again, everyone. สำหรับท่านใดที่ยังไม่ได้มีเครื่องแปลภาษานะคะอย่าลืมนำเครื่องแปลภาษาเข้ามากับตัวด้วยนะคะเดี๋ยวหลังจากจบเสวนาเราจะได้นำไปคืนตอนจบกันอีกทีนะคะโอเคค่ะ For our final sessions of the day we will have 4 panelists. First one will be Dr. Liang Jing, and following by Associate Professor Dr. กรพนัสตั้งเขื่อนขัน and following by Assistant Professor Dr. อภิรดีเจริญเสนี and last but not least will be Dr. อิสระชูศรี For this final session will be moderated by Assistant Professor เมธาวีโหละสุด He is the Assistant Professor in English Language and Literature major of the Faculty of Liberal Arts at Thammasat University. So now I think you are all set now, and I would like to join me in welcoming Assistant Professor Methavi, who will introduce our distinguished panelists and moderate the session for us. Please give him a big of applause. Thank you.
Hello. What a stressful afternoon for me, because I am not from the world of art. You know, looking at the first panel, all I can see are pretty pictures. You know, so I want to tell the panelists that since I'm moderating it, this is my world. So enjoy yourself, take your time, or don't. I'll try to make you as comfortable as possible. Okay, as for our first speaker, let's welcome Dr. Lin Jiang from University of Science and Technology, Henan, China. She'll be speaking about Tang as a cultural bridge between his inherited Chinese identity and the assimilation to Thai cultural identity. Okay, the floor is yours. Take your time, be comfortable, have fun. Welcome.
Good evening. It's already evening. Thanks for the kind introduction. It's such a great pleasure to join the discussion presented by Tang Museum and the wonderful speakers today. I don't have the slides, so please bear with me. The title of my presentation here, The Sea in the House, comes from a poem written by Tang. Quote, that child fetches sea water, one bucket, one bucket, one bucket. He puts it in the house becomes the sea, flooded with sea water, unquote. We can see the imagery in this poem as if we are looking at a picture. The child is the poet-artist himself, the subject. The sea is the big world, the boundless universe, the object. And the house, what does the house signify? One simple way to interpret it is that the house is the art in the making and the life everyone is living. So therefore, the artist is trying to make something boundless and uncertain, like sea water, into something with a certain frame and something that people can call home. I find this poem extremely rich and captivating in a simple yet dignified way. Unintentionally, just like a child playing with seawater, Tang reveals his artistry to the readers. Today, I will try to fetch one small bucket of that water here. Last year, when Dr. Apilaji and I did a research project on the history of Thai translation of Chinese classics, we summarized the trajectory of Chinese to Thai translation from 1949 to 1979 into three models. First, the strategic export model was based on Thai translations produced by the foreign language press in Beijing, aiming to export the experience of the Chinese Revolution and construct a non-alignment framework of national independence for the third world countries. The second was the model of historical transplantation, a byproduct of Chinese migration from mainland China to Nanyang, Southeast Asia. So the translators in this category were primarily overseas Chinese who remained culturally unnaturalized and were politically inclined toward left-wing ideology. The typical case was the Thai translation of Lu Xun's work in the 1950s. So the third model appeared during the 1960s to the 70s, when the translators were both socially integrated and constituted the last generation of Thai nationals whose mother tongue was still Chinese. The Chinese to Thai practice under this framework sought to create a Thai cultural identity through the localized reconstruction of Chinese heritage. Hence, it can be regarded as a cultural refiguration that bridges the past and the present. In general, both the first and the second models encountered resistance from mainstream culture in the historical context in which politics and ideology played a dominant role. In contrast, the third model, cultural refiguration, which recast ancient Chinese tradition and modern thought at the cultural level, became the primary pathway forward, charting the direction of the later period, the reform and opening up period. So in our research, we discussed this third model with Tang Zhang's translation as a prominent example. In what follows, I will explore two aspects centered on Tang Zhang's transformation of the Thai cultural landscape in his lifetime. So the first aspect lies in the importance of a culturally self-made man. As we already know, Tang Zhang was not made through academic training, nor through social status, and certainly not made by money or its influence. He was self-made from a humble beginning, through the turbulence of history, war, political instability, against all odds, poverty, informal education, art market, etc. He made himself into a cultural figure across multiple dimensions, art, poetry, and translation at least. Tang Zhang was quite candid about his own journey. He wrote his first poem before knowing what poetry was. So he, quote, had to research to find out what poetry is, and it's the same with painting, unquote. Since he only knew how to draw, not knowing what painting really is, unquote. This is indeed original enough and sincere enough for us academics today to reflect on what poetry is and what painting is. After 10 years of forcing himself, his own words, to create, produce, and write every day, and after composing tens of thousands of poems, as the artist himself described poetically, quote, that child makes a pile of wood into a city, unquote. The city that he was building began to take shape. This shape is something carved out of Taoism, Buddhism, landscape painting, abstract painting, concrete poetry, and the music in nature, with rhythm of the universe as its core. It's a form in non-form, a dialect in lines, a house shaped by the meaning of diverse structures. In this way, the self-made journey of non-academic Tang was in fact made by the culture he carried, searched, and reshaped. Occasionally, Tang house turns into a little pond. Quote, some people might say there is nothing in it, meaning pond. But in truth, how many species of fish, insects, and trees in the pond? How many species of leaves, flowers, fruits, and birds? How they emerge and evolve? The life of people in that pond can only be defined in relation to the sky and the earth, unquote. These words from Tang echo the concept of empty space that Lao Tzu develops in the Dao De Jing. Lao Tzu, quote, we put 30 spokes together and call it a wheel, but it is on the space where there is nothing that the usefulness of the wheel depends. We turn clay to make a vessel, but it is on the space where there is nothing that the usefulness of the vessel depends. We pierce doors and windows to make a house, and it is on these spaces where there is nothing that the usefulness of the house depends, unquote. The very simple dialect that Tang draws from Taoism permits the space presented in all of his works, painting, poetry, and translation. The color or tone in these works is never reduced to a contrast between black and white. Rather, it is full of vibrant nuances generated by concrete things. His vision of art and life spells out a principle of addition rather than subtraction, yet it is addition at a minimum. In general, this dialect of nature is clearly articulated in all the art forms he put into practice. The relation between image and ideas, concrete poetry and abstract painting, Chinese text and Thai translation, is the same as the one between left hand and right hand. Both hands are parts of his body, parts of nature, parts of his identity, and parts of his very self. As he himself says, quote, sitting here as we today now, sitting here, this very moment is abstract. The surroundings are abstract. This very existence is abstract. At the same time, there are echoes from outside the house that is abstract. There is warm air, beautiful sunlight that we don't need to grasp, yet we see its transparent, utmost beauty, unquote. This aesthetics of abstraction resonates with the philosophy of Taoism and with what Tang declares as his life, quote, to be honest, the work that is my life is abstract art, unquote. As we discuss here, for Tang, both the abstract and the concrete make the one. Thus, what he meant by the abstract is a call for the wholeness of the body, which is the universe. That might be the reason why, at the age of over 30, Tang began to learn Thai. After learning for some time, he started to write poems in Thai and made translations from Chinese to Thai. That is, from his left hand to his right hand. He had to have both hands at work because what he pursues in life is the whole body of the universe, the wisdom of the full moon, not the pieces of knowledge. Quote. Another thing I want to mention, reading and studying something only at a superficial level and then feeling special. For example, reading 1 or 2 books on art history and then feeling extraordinary. That is very dangerous. Or even reading 1 or 2 books on insight or higher knowledge and then feeling special. That is the same. The experience of one's own life in relation to oneself and to the lives of animals and all things in the world and the universe. I therefore admit that the more I learn, the more I realize that it doesn't mean I can access everything everywhere. Unquote. The translations of Tang start with the 道德经, move through 庄子 and 石涛 and around 孙中山 and 鲁迅. They form a full circle that combines ancient Chinese philosophy, aesthetics, art theory, political thought from the Enlightenment era, and the work of the most important writer of Chinese modern history. At first glance, there is little in common among these works. But if we look further, the whole works of Tang's translations reflects his own journey of defining and redefining Chinese culture. The works that mean the world to him should be rewritten into the history of Thai identity. What belongs to the left hand belongs to the body. What matters to him matters to the Thai people. In this sense, he was not translating from Chinese to Thai. Rather, he was making the transformation of the absent Chinese Thai heritage, which was blocked by politics at the time, into a more present Thai cultural landscape, one that belongs to and contributes to the broader Thai cultural structure. Today, the house that Tang built with sea water is becoming the museum. What he once said about creating the present with the value of our own time is more relevant than ever. Quote, the problem lies here. How can we in the present recognize the value and the wisdom of our own time? How can we create something of value for the present? Unquote. Yes, we were born into the culture that created us. We can only be reborn through the culture that we participate in creating. That's what Tang has taught us. My presentation ends here. Thank you very much.
Whoops, I might trip on this. Thank you, Professor Ling Jiang. That was eloquent, and it is like refreshing for me because I do not understand any art history. But listen to you reading and talking about the poems, I feel like I'm at home. The point that Professor Lin Jiang, I'm sorry, I'm getting nervous from the eloquency of it, is that she explored the ontologies of making things. Who is Chang Tang? He is the one who makes with both hands. That is a beautiful metaphor that you have presented to us. And it is such a great thing. When I was listening to the first panel, I remember there was a painting where you can see the imprint of Tang Chang's hands on the paint. It's the same as his poetry. There are not things that are made with abstraction. They are the abstraction that made concrete by the free will of man. So thank you for your examinations of the Tang Chang's poetry and your experience of translating it for us. All these panelists, four of you, are actually not a translator, but democratizers of Tang Chang. Okay, so our next speaker is my colleagues at the university. I hope I get her name correctly. Please welcome Associate Professor Dr. Gornpanat Tang Keun Khan. She'll be speaking about translation as political reality. So the floor is yours. Oh, let me,
Hello, welcome. ค่ะสวัสดีค่ะเพื่อไม่ให้เป็นการเสียเวลานะคะก็ขออนุญาตเข้าสู่หัวข้อเลยนะคะก็จะพูดถึงบทประพันธ์ชื่อเรื่องว่าเรื่องจริงของอาคิวนะคะโดยนักเขียนวรรณกรรมจีนสมัยใหม่นะคะนามปากกาว่าหลู่ชิ่นนะคะแล้วก็จะพูดถึงบริบทการแปลเป็นภาษาไทยแล้วก็ผลงานเพราะว่าผลงานในที่นี้ก็คือสำนวนแปลของคุณจ่างนะคะทีนี้โอเคทีนี้ที่มาของเรื่องนะคะมันจะมาจากคือส่วนตัวค่ะเป็นคนที่สะสมหนังสือเก่าอะค่ะหนังสือเก่าในที่นี้ก็คือเป็นงานแปลวรรณกรรมจีนสมัยใหม่เป็นภาษาไทยอะค่ะซึ่งมันก็จะเป็นหนังสือเล่มเล็กๆเก่าๆแล้วก็เราก็สะสมมาตลอดนะคะทีนี้มันไม่มีฐานข้อมูลว่ามันมีเรื่องอะไรที่ถูกแปลบ้างแล้วมีใครแปลบ้างนะคะเพราะนั้นเราก็ทำได้แค่ว่าเราไปเซิร์ชตามห้องสมุดตามที่ต่างๆไม่ว่าจะเป็นหอสมุดแห่งชาติหรือว่าห้องสมุดของมหาวิทยาลัยต่างๆนะคะเพื่อที่ดูว่ามันมีเล่มไหนบ้างทีนี้เราก็จดเอาไว้เป็นข้อมูล metadata ของเราเนี่ยโดยที่เรายังไม่รู้ว่าไอ้ตัวหนังสือเล่มนั้นเนี่ยมันมีจริงหรือเปล่าเพราะว่าจากการที่ไปค้นคว้าเนี่ยบางที่ก็มีตัวเล่มให้ซีล็อกหรือว่าให้เราเห็นเพื่อที่ว่าเราจะได้ไปหาซื้อตัวของจริงแต่ว่าบางที่เนี่ยก็คือมีแค่ชื่อในแคตตาล็อกฐานข้อมูลเฉยๆแต่ว่าไม่มีตัวเล่มให้เราซึ่งสำนวนงานแปลของคุณจ่างแซ่ตั้งเนี่ยก็คืออยู่ในประเภทนี้ก็คือเหมือนมีชื่อแต่ว่าไม่มีตัวเล่มจริงๆแล้วก็ห้องสมุดก็ไม่รู้ว่ามันเข้าไปอยู่ในแคตตาล็อกได้อย่างไรในเมื่อแบบมันไม่มีตัวเล่มจริงๆนะคะทีนี้ก็เลยมีโอกาสได้เจอกับคุณนวภูแซ่ตั้งเนี่ยก็คือถามว่าเฮ้ยหนังสือการแปลของจ่างแซ่ตั้งเนี่ยที่มันแปลวรรณกรรมจีนสมัยใหม่เรื่องนี้มันมีจริงๆหรือเปล่าหรือว่าเขาในฐานข้อมูลมันคีย์ข้อมูลอะไรผิดพลาดหรือเปล่าเพราะยังไม่มีใครเคยเห็นเล่มนี้เลยแล้วภูก็บอกว่ามันจะไปหาเจอได้ยังไงในเมื่อแบบว่าต้นฉบับจริงเนี่ยมันถูกเก็บกวาดล้างในยุคนั้นไปหมดแล้วเราก็เลยถึงบางอ้อว่าถึงว่าไม่มีใครเคยเห็นแทบจะไม่มีใครได้เห็นตัวจริงของหนังสือเล่มนี้เลยคือหายากมากนะคะแล้วก็นี่ก็ไม่เคยเห็นของจริงนะคะแต่ว่าคุณนวภูเนี่ยก็กรุณาส่งตัวที่เป็นสแกนมาให้อะค่ะก็คือเป็นเล่มที่ท่านเห็นหน้าปกแบบนี้ค่ะชื่อว่า RQ แล้วก็ใช้ตัว Q แต่ว่าอันนี้จะเป็นหน้าปกนะคะแต่ว่าข้างในเนี่ยงานของคุณจ่างจะใช้ R แล้วก็สะกดว่า Q เป็นคอควายสระอิวอแหวนนะคะแล้วก็แปลจ่างแซ่ตั้งแล้วก็เขียนภาพประกอบเรื่องบรรลือศักดิ์ในที่ก็คือคุณบรรลือศักดิ์แซ่ตั้งซึ่งเป็นลูกชายคนที่2ของคุณจ่างซึ่งณขณะนั้นที่ตีพิมพ์หนังสือนะคะก็คือปี2518หรือว่าคศ1975นะคะตอนณขณะนั้นอายุ18นั้นตัวงานแปลของคุณจ่างเนี่ยไอ้หนังสือเล่มนี้มันค่อนข้างเป็นปริศนามากเลยว่ารู้ว่ามีแต่ไม่เคยเจอเนี่ยจนกระทั่งเราไปเห็นฉบับที่คุณนวภูสแกนมาให้นะคะทีนี้คำถามของเราก็คือเราจะรู้จักคุณจ่างในฐานะเป็นศิลปินใช่ไหมคะมีภาพวาดภาพเขียนอะไรเต็มไปหมดเลยหรือรู้จักในชื่อของกวีซึ่งก็จะมีกวีนิพนธ์เยอะมากหรือว่ารู้จักในฐานะนักแปลซึ่งการแปลที่เป็นที่รู้จักของคุณจ่างเนี่ยที่จะได้รับการบรรยายในลำดับถัดไปเนี่ยค่ะก็คืองานแปลตัวที่เกี่ยวข้องกับตัวลัทธิเต๋านะคะไอ้คัมภีร์เต้าเต๋อจริงอะค่ะซึ่งอาจารย์อภิรดีเนี่ยจะได้อธิบายต่อไปนะคะแต่ว่าสิ่ง ที่ยังไม่ค่อยมีคนพูดก็คือคุณจ่างในฐานะผู้แปลวรรณกรรมจีนสมัยใหม่สู่สังคมไทยเป็นเรื่องที่แทบจะไม่มีใครพูดถึงเลยว่าคุณจ่างเคยแปลอะไรแบบนี้ที่ไม่ใช่เต้าเต๋อจริงที่ไม่ได้เกี่ยวกับเต๋าและพุทธหรือว่าอะไรแบบนั้นนะคะนี้เราก็มีคำถามว่าทำไมคุณจ่างถึงแปลเรื่องนี้คือชื่อว่าเรื่องจริงของ RQ หรือว่าภาษาจีนเนี่ยชื่อว่า RQ เจิ้งจ้วนเขียนโดยนักเขียนชื่อว่าหลู่ชินทีนี้ถ้าใครชินกับวรรณกรรมจีนสมัยใหม่เนี่ยเราก็จะรู้ว่าในยุค4 พฤษภาซึ่งเป็นยุคตื่นรู้ตระหนักรู้ของชาวจีนนะคะเรียกได้ว่าเป็นยุคEnlightenmentเนี่ยเขาก็จะมีนักเขียนชื่อดังหลายท่านใช่ไหมไม่ว่าจะเป็นหลู่ชินก็ดีปาจินก็ดีกัวโมโรเหมาตุ้นเหลาเฉออะไรอย่างเงี้ยค่ะก็คือมีชื่อที่ได้รับการแปลเป็นภาษาไทยเนี่ยมีสำนวนออกมาเยอะแยะมากเนี่ยนี่หลู่ชินก็คือได้รับการยกย่องว่าเป็นบิดาแห่งวรรณกรรมจีนสมัยใหม่นะคะการเลือกงานแปลของหลู่ชินเนี่ยก็คือเข้าใจว่าหนึ่งคือหลู่ชินก็คือเป็นพูดง่ายๆคือเป็นคีย์ฟิกเกอร์เป็นบุคคลสำคัญในแวดวงวรรณกรรมจีนสมัยใหม่นะคะได้รับการยกย่องให้เป็นบิดาถ้าเรียกได้ว่าเป็นบิดาแห่งวรรณกรรมจีนสมัยใหม่เลยทีนี้หลู่ชินก็คือมีงานเขียนเยอะแยะมากมายอะค่ะเรื่องที่ดังๆก็อย่างเช่นบันทึกประจำวันของคนบ้าอย่างเงี้ยซึ่งก็เป็นเรื่องที่ได้รับการแปลเป็นภาษาไทยเยอะมากๆหลายสำนวนเนื่องจากมันเป็นเรื่องสั้นขนาดสั้นในขณะที่เรื่องจริงของ RQ เนี่ยหรือว่า RQ เจิ้งจ้วนเนี่ยเป็นภาษาจีนเขาจะเรียกว่าเรื่องสั้นขนาดยาวนึกออกใช่ไหมคะคือมันมีเรื่องสั้นขนาดสั้นที่สามารถลงในตอนทีเดียวจบได้เนี่ยแต่ว่าเรื่องสั้นขนาดยาวเนี่ยค่ะก็คือเหมือนจะต้องลงหลายตอนซึ่ง RQ เนี่ยเป็นลักษณะที่เรียกว่าเรื่องสั้นขนาดยาวนะคะนี้ความสัมพันธ์ของ RQ คืออะไรคือเป็นวรรณกรรมที่เยาะเย้ยการปฏิวัติที่ไม่สมบูรณ์ของจีนนะคะซึ่งไอ้การที่ปฏิวัติไม่สมบูรณ์เนี่ยก็คือผู้คนยังมีจิตสำนึกที่ตกค้างมาจากระบอบเก่าซึ่งต่อต้านการเปลี่ยนแปลงเป็นสำนึกที่อยู่ในเนื้อในของสังคมที่ลดทอนพลังความก้าวหน้าแล้วก็ปรากฏอยู่ทั่วไปแล้วก็เป็นที่น่าประหลาดมากที่ว่าในกลุ่มของชนชั้นล่างเนี่ยผู้ที่ได้ประโยชน์จากการเปลี่ยนแปลงเนี่ยกลับมีสำนึกต่อต้านการเปลี่ยนแปลงนั่นเองนะคะนี่ถ้าในแง่ของการทบทวนวรรณกรรมเนี่ยเราก็คือมองว่างานที่ศึกษาคนที่ศึกษางานของหลู่ชินเนี่ยส่วนมากเนี่ยก็คือจะศึกษาในระดับในลักษณะของสิ่งที่เรียกว่าเน้นตัวบทนะคะหรือว่า textual analysis แต่ว่าการศึกษาโดยที่การตั้งคำถามถึงบริบทอะว่าทำไมมันถึงแปลเป็นภาษาไทยทำไมถึงแปลแล้วแบบแล้วเขาอ่านใครคือคนอ่านเขาอ่านกันยังไงมันมีจุดประสงค์อะไรอย่างเงี้ยเราก็จะไม่ค่อยเห็นการงานศึกษาในบริบทตรงนี้มากนักนะคะว่าไอการแปลเนี่ยหรือว่าการแพร่หลายของการแปลการถูกใช้เป็นเครื่องมือของทางการเมืองเนี่ยในแต่ละยุคสมัยเนี่ยเป็นอย่างไรนะคะแล้วก็อีกอย่างหนึ่งที่น่าสนใจก็คือบทบาทของคุณจ่างแซ่ตั้งเนี่ยในฐานะการนักแปลผู้มีสำนึกทางการเมืองของยุคสมัยนะคะผู้แปลที่มีสำนึกทางการเมืองของยุคสมัยเนี่ยเพราะนั้นเราจะพางานของคุณจ่างเนี่ยกลับไปสู่บริบทในยุคนั้นว่าทำไมคุณจ่างถึงแปลอันนี้แล้วเขาแปลอย่างไรคือก่อนหน้าคุณจ่างเนี่ยมันก็มีสำนวนแปลเยอะพอสมควรนะคะต้องใช้ว่าสำนวนแปลที่เยอะพอสมควรเนี่ยว่าเดี๋ยวนะทำไมมันไปไม่ได้เดี๋ยวนะคะต้องชี้ตรงนี้ใช่ไหมโอเคคือก่อนหน้าสมัยคุณจ่างอะค่ะก็เขาการของคุณจ่างปีในแปลในปี2518ก็คือ1975ใช่ไหมคะถ้าเรามองอย่างคร่าวๆเนี่ยก็คือก่อนหน้าที่คุณจ่างจะแปลเนี่ยมันก็มีสำนวนการแปลหลายสำนวนนะคะต้องใช้ว่าหลายสำนวนแต่ว่าสำนวนที่จากที่สืบค้นได้นะขอพูดแบบนี้ก่อนนะคะว่ามันอาจจะมีเก่ากว่านี้แต่ว่าเราไม่สามารถสืบค้นได้อะแต่ว่าฉบับแปลที่สืบค้นได้ที่เก่าที่สุดเนี่ยค่ะก็คือฉบับที่เรียกว่าตีพิมพ์ในวารสารชื่ออักษรสารนะคะเป็นช่วงเวลาที่เป็นการเคลื่อนไหวทางปัญญาของอุดมการณ์สังคมนิยมที่ชัดเจนในหมู่ปัญญาชนนักเขียนนักหนังสือพิมพ์แล้วก็นักศึกษานะคะเพราะว่าหลังสงครามโลกเนี่ยมีการยกเลิกพรบคอมมิวนิสต์2476นะคะแล้วก็ทำให้คนจีนและหนังสือพิมพ์จีนเนี่ยมีอิสระจากการควบคุมจากรัฐบาลฟาสซิสต์ของจอมพลป.แล้วก็เริ่มมีการแปลวรรณกรรมจีนแนวสัจจนิยมสังเกตนะคะว่าจะเป็นแนวสัจจนิยมแบบว่าเรียลลิซึมซึ่งก็จะแตกต่างไปจากงานเขียนภาพวาด ดของคุณจ่างที่เป็นแนวแอบสแตรกอะแต่ว่าสิ่งที่เขาแปลอะคือเขาแปลแบบโคตรจะแบบสัจจานิยมเลยอะโคตรแบบเรียลลิซึมเลยอะในหน้าหนังสือพิมพ์ไทยหรือว่าในวารสารของไทยมากขึ้นนะคะซึ่งวารสารอักษรศาสตร์เนี่ยก็ออกปีเดียวกับในการปฏิวัติในจีนที่เป็นสาธารณรัฐประชาชนจีนนะคะเราก็จะถูกปิดในปีที่เกิดกบฏสันติภาพขึ้นแล้วก็มีพรบคอมมิวนิสต์2495นะคะนั้นตัวหนังสือตัวเรื่องจริงของอาคิวเนี่ยตีพิมพ์ฉบับภาษาไทยครั้งแรกก็คือปี2500นะคะโดยคุณเดชะบัญชาชัยซึ่งเป็นนามปากกาแต่ว่าชื่อจริงของเขาก็คือคุณเดชาบุญชูช่วยนะคะซึ่งก็ลงเป็นตอนๆนะคะในอักษรศาสตร์นะคะอักษรศาสตร์เนี่ยเป็นวารสารที่ก่อตั้งโดยปัญญาชนไทยที่มีชื่อเสียงมากก็คืออาจารย์สุภาสิริวานนท์แล้วก็คุณกุหลาบสายประดิษฐ์นะคะในปีที่เกิดกบฏสันติภาพอะค่ะก็พวกที่ทำหนังสือเนี่ยก็ถูกจับเข้าคุกไปหรือไม่ก็ต้องลี้ภัยไปนะคะก็ทำให้ตัววารสารอักษรศาสตร์เนี่ยมันก็ปิดตัวค่ะแต่ว่าไอ้เรื่องนี้มันเป็นที่นิยมมากเพราะนั้นลงในวารสารครั้งแรกเนี่ยมันก็ถูกนำมาพิมพ์ซ้ำในรูปแบบของหนังสืออีกครั้งหนึ่งก็คือกลายเป็นหนังสือเป็นเล่มๆเลยไม่ได้แทรกอยู่ในวารสารแล้วก็ใช้ชื่อว่าเรื่องจริงของอาคิวแล้วก็เป็นสำนวนเดิมของเดชะบัญชาชัยนะคะทีนี้พอหลังจากที่สฤษดิ์ธนรัตน์เนี่ยทำรัฐประหารนะคะในสมัยรัฐบาลเผด็จการรัฐบาลถนอมเนี่ยก็ปรับปรุงพรบคอมในอีกปี2512เนาะในช่วงหลังทศวรรษที่2500นะคะอาคิวกลายเป็นหนังสือต้องห้ามทีนี้บริบทที่สำคัญอันนึงเนี่ยก็คือช่วงเหตุการณ์14ตุลาเนาะซึ่งหลายๆคนก็พูดถึงเหตุการณ์นี้แล้วเนาะว่าหลัง14ตุลาเนี่ยยุคเบ่งบานหลัง14ตุลาเนี่ยก็เกิดคล้ายๆกับอาการประชาชนบางส่วนเนี่ยก็คือทำงานอุทิศตนเพื่อสังคมในด้านการพัฒนาองค์กรมีการชี้ว่าการเคลื่อนไหวทางความคิดนี้ได้รับอิทธิพลมาจากนักศึกษาผู้เป็นแรงผลักดันให้เกิดการพิมพ์หนังสือก้าวหน้าจำนวนมากทั้งการเขียนการแปลหนังสือขึ้นมาใหม่รวมถึงการนำงานของนักคิดนักเขียนในช่วงทศวรรษที่2490มาพิมพ์เผยแพร่ซ้ำนะคะเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยถ้าเรามองแนวคิดทางการเมืองในประวัติศาสตร์ไทยเนี่ยซึ่งผู้ศึกษาเนี่ยสามารถแบ่งได้เป็น3ประเภทก็คือแนวคิดทางการเมืองแบบเหมาอีสแบบมาร์กซิสแล้วก็แบบสังคมนิยมเนี่ยมันทำให้เห็นว่าการกลับไปค้นหาภูมิปัญญาทั้งซ้ายและขวาของปัญญาชนไทยเนี่ยมันจะเพิ่มมากขึ้นเรื่อยๆอะค่ะเพราะว่าเราก็จะพบงานทั้งแบบการกลับไปอ่านงานเก่าของฝ่ายซ้ายและการกลับไปพบงานของฝ่ายขวาเช่นพวกการปฏิวัติ2475กลับมานะคะนี่การกลับไปหางานของฝ่ายซ้ายเนี่ยก็คือการกลับไปหางานแปลของหลู่ซิ่นอีกครั้งหนึ่งนะคะซึ่งงานของคุณจ่างเนี่ยก็จะอยู่ในบริบทนี้ค่ะก็คือการสำนวนของคุณจ่างเนี่ยก็คือการกลับไปหางานของฝ่ายซ้ายใหม่ซึ่งเราไม่แน่ใจว่าคุณจ่างจะได้อ่านเวอร์ชั่นหรือว่าสำนวนแปลของอาจารย์เดชะบัญชาชัยหรือเปล่าแต่ที่แน่ๆเนี่ยงานที่คุณจ่างแปลออกมาเนี่ยมันน่าสนใจตรงที่ว่ามันมีลักษณะที่เรียกว่ามี text และมี paratext ก็คือตัวสารนอกตัวบทนะคะสังเกตดูว่างานแปลของคุณจ่างเนี่ยมันจะมีภาพประกอบซึ่งภาพประกอบเนี่ยวาดโดยลูกชายคนที่2ของเขานะคะซึ่งลักษณะอย่างเงี้ยภาษาจีนเรียกว่าถูเหวินปิ้งเมาซึ่งถ้าจะใช้แบบว่าแนวคิดแบบงานวรรณกรรมอะไรเงี้ยอาจจะพูดถึงเรื่อง text และ paratext ก็ได้นะคะสังเกตดูว่าลักษณะ paratext ของเขาเนี่ยก็คือมันมีภาพประกอบและคือ text มันมีอยู่แค่นี้แต่ว่าภาพประกอบเนี่ยมันจะมีความน่ารักอย่างเช่นคือมี text แค่นี้แต่ว่ามีแบบมีแมวมีหนูหรือว่าแบบเท็กซ์มีประมาณเนี้ยแต่ว่าภาพประกอบแบบมันน่ารักอ่ะมันมีความน่ารักแบบมีหมาเพิ่มออกมาอีก2ตัวนะคะทีนี้พอดีหมดเวลาแล้วก็ขอสรุปบทส่งท้ายเลยแล้วกันนะคะว่าตัวคุณจ่างเองอ่ะก็พูดถึง อันนี้เป็นงานที่เขียนในปี1975นะคะแต่พอเอากลับมาอ่านใหม่ก็จะรู้สึกว่าคุณจ่างบอกว่าอาคิวเป็นบทประพันธ์ชั้นเอกของท่านหลู่ซิ่นของจีนฉันได้เอามาแปลเป็นภาษาไทยด้วยชุดภาพประกอบ ซึ่งย่อมาจากต้นฉบับของท่านหลู่ชิ่นสำหรับภาพประกอบในฉบับนี้เป็นของลูกชายคนที่2ของฉันเองตัว RQ นี้ไม่ใช่มีเพียงในประเทศจีนเท่านั้นในประเทศไทยก็มีคนลักษณะเช่นนี้อยู่มากมายซึ่งเกิดจากค่านิยมของระบบสังคมการเมืองที่มีจิตใจคับแคบทำให้มีชีวิตเช่นนี้เกิดขึ้นฉันจึงหวังให้คนประเภทนี้หมดไปจากประเทศไทยของเราถ้าเป็นไปได้ก็ต่อเมื่อสังคมและการเมืองไทยเรานั้นเปลี่ยนค่านิยมใหม่ในทางที่ดีมีความหวังที่ดีต่อกันจริงๆนะคะแล้วก็อันนี้เป็นความปรารถนาของคุณจ่างว่าอย่าให้ได้มีหมู่บ้านแบบนี้เกิดขึ้นในโลกอีกเลยอย่าให้มันเกิดขึ้นในโลกของสังคมร่วมของประชาชนอีกเลยค่ะขอบคุณค่ะ
That was an exhausting presentation by Dr. Konpanat. But she's not exhausted at all. Ajahn Konpanat presents, actually, it's not really about translation, it's about Ajahn Konpanat showing us the forbidden text, the banned text of Chang Setang RQ, which I would have to ask Namapu whether I can have the scanned version and maybe pirate it or something. Sorry. Professor Konpanat, she reframes the translations of RQ by Chang Setang from the textual analysis to the contextual analysis, whether the Cold War and the Communist parties and that environment at the time impacts how Chang Setang translate the text from Chinese to Thai. And what's special about Ajahn Konpanat's analysis is that she provides close readings of the text too. For me as a literature professor, it's very interesting to see how the idea of paratext is presented in the translation and how Tang Chang uses the drawings by his son and incorporated in the text, which is special for a literature professor like me. Enough of that. So, sorry, Ajahn Apiradi. Please welcome our next speaker, Assistant Professor Dr. Apiradi Charan Seni. I hope I'm reading your name right, from Chulalongkorn University. She'll be talking about the aesthetic of language and the rhythms of meaning in translation. Okay, so welcome.
Thank you for the introduction. Please allow me to present in Thai. Okay. ก่อนอื่นต้องขอบคุณนะคะพิธานจังแซตังนะคะขอบคุณคุณน้อภูนะคะขอบคุณ BACC ที่ให้โอกาสได้มาร่วมงานในวันนี้นะคะหัวข้อที่ที่ฉันจะพูดในวันนี้ก็คือเรื่องคุณจังแซตังผู้รังสรรค์ภาษาผสานศิลป์นะคะวันนี้ขออนุญาตแลกเปลี่ยนข้อสังเกตเกี่ยวกับคุณจังแซตังนะคะในมิติที่เกี่ยวข้องกับผลงานแปลแล้วก็กวีนิพนธ์ของคุณจังโดยเฉพาะอย่างยิ่งอยากจะชวนมองคุณจังในฐานะที่เป็นผู้ใช้ภาษาอย่างน่าสนใจมากนะคะเชื่อว่าหลายๆท่านก็น่าจะเคยอ่านผลงานเขียนของคุณจังแล้วนะคะก็น่าจะเห็นลักษณะพิเศษนะคะที่ปรากฏในผลงานนะคะแล้วก็อยากจะนำเสนอในฐานะที่คุณจังเนี่ยเป็นผู้เรียนรู้ภาษาไทยนะคะเป็นผู้แปลความคิดแล้วก็ปรัชญาศิลปะจีนเป็นภาษาไทยนะคะแล้วก็อีกทั้งยังเป็นผู้ที่ทำให้ตัวหนังสือเนี่ยไม่ได้เป็นแค่เครื่องมือสื่อสารความหมายนะคะแต่กลายเป็นภาพกลายเป็นจังหวะแล้วก็กลายเป็นพื้นที่ทางสุนทรียะด้วยนะคะดิฉันอยากจะขอเริ่มประเด็นแรกนะคะเกี่ยวกับเรื่องชีวิตของคุณจ่างในฐานะผู้เรียนรู้ภาษาไทยนะคะจากหนังสืออนุสรณ์ในงานชาปนกิจศพของคุณพ่อจ่างแซ่ตังซึ่งจัดพิมพ์เมื่อวันอาทิตย์ที่2ธันวาคมพุทธศักราช2533นะคะที่สืบค้นได้จากTU Digital Collection ของมหาวิทยาลัยธรรมศาสตร์นะคะในบทชื่อเขียนถึงตัวเองนะคะคุณจ่างได้บันทึกเรื่องราวชีวิตของตนเองไว้เมื่อปีพ.ศ. 2512นะคะหรือว่าค.ศ. 1969นะคะในบันทึกนั้นนะคะคุณจังก็ได้เล่าว่าท่านจำได้ว่าตอนอายุประมาณ9 ขวบเนี่ย บ้านเกิดของท่านอยู่ที่ตลาดสมเด็จฝั่งธนบุรีนะคะเวลานั้นถูกเกณฑ์ให้เรียนหนังสือที่โรงเรียนเทศบาล2วัดพิชัยญาตินะคะเรียนชั้นมูลสอบได้ที่4นะคะแล้วก็หลังจากนั้นก็ได้ซื้อหนังสือที่ชื่อว่าลูกกบนะมาเรียนนะคะหลังจากนั้นไม่นานก็เกิดสงครามขึ้นต่อมาเมื่ออายุ36ปีมีภรรยามีลูกชาย4คนมีลูกสาว2คนนะคะคุณจ่างได้กล่าวอย่างตรงไปตรงมาในบันทึกฉบับนี้ว่าท่านแทบไม่ได้เข้าโรงเรียนอีกเลยและเมื่อราว 4-5 ปีก่อนหน้านั้นท่านยังไม่มีโอกาสพูดภาษาไทยได้ชัดเจนนะคะเมื่อพูดภาษาไทยคนอื่นฟังแล้วก็บอกว่าท่านพูดไม่รู้เรื่องช่วง 3-4 ปีหลังจากนั้นท่านจึงพยายามฝึกพูดแล้วก็ฝึกเขียนหนังสือภาษาไทยเพื่อให้ตนเองได้มีโอกาสพูดและเขียนภาษาไทยได้ดีขึ้นนะคะข้อความนี้นะคะสำหรับดิฉันเป็นข้อความที่สำคัญมากที่ทำให้เราเห็นคุณจ่างในฐานะที่เป็นคนที่มีความใฝ่รู้นะคะมีความเพียรด้วยความถ่อมตนแล้วก็ด้วยความปรารถนาที่จะสื่อสารกับผู้อื่นนะคะคุณจ่างไม่ได้มองภาษาไทยเป็นเพียงเครื่องมือสื่อสารนะคะในชีวิตประจำวันเท่านั้นนะคะแต่มองว่าเป็นพื้นที่ที่ทำให้ท่านได้เข้าร่วมกับสังคมได้เขียนได้คิดได้อธิบายนะคะแล้วก็ได้แบ่งปันโลกความคิดของตนเองให้แก่ผู้อ่านชาวไทยนะซึ่งสิ่งที่น่าสนใจกว่านั้นนะคะก็คือหากเรานำบันทึกนี้เนี่ยมาเปรียบเทียบกับงานแปลเรื่องอภิปรัชญาศิลปะของท่านเต้าฉีหรือว่าของสื่อเทาที่เมื่อเช้ามีหลายๆท่านได้กล่าวถึงนะคะเราก็จะพบประเด็นที่น่าอัศจรรย์ก็คือในคำนำของหนังสืออภิปรัชญาศิลปะของท่านเต้าฉีนะคะได้ระบุไว้ว่าหนังสือเล่มนี้แปลโดยจังแซ่ตั้งนะคะฉบับนี้เคยตีพิมพ์ครั้งแรกรวมอยู่ในสูจิบัตรการแสดงศิลปกรรมครั้งที่3ณหอศิลป์ปทุมวันพระนครเมื่อเดือนพฤษภาคมคศ1967นะคะและต่อมาก็ได้รับการจัดพิมพ์ครั้งที่2รวมกับบทเขียนอื่นๆของจังแซ่ตั้งในปี1969นะคะซึ่งในช่วงเวลาที่คุณจังบอกเล่าด้วยตนเองในบันทึกเมื่อสักครู่นะคะท่านได้กล่าวไว้ว่าภาษาไทยของท่านยังไม่คล่องยังพูดไม่ชัดนะคะแล้วก็ยังต้องพยายามฝึกพูดฝึกเขียนภาษาไทยแต่ในเวลานั้นนะคะท่านกลับสามารถแปลตัวบททางปรัชญาศิลปะเป็นภาษาไทยได้แล้วนะคะซึ่งตัวบทดังกล่าวเนี่ยก็มีเนื้อหาลึกซึ้งซับซ้อนแล้วก็ต้องอาศัยความเข้าใจทางศิลปะปรัชญาแล้วก็จิตวิญญาณนะคะแต่สิ่งนี้เนี่ยกลับไม่เป็นปัญหาในการแปลของคุณจ่างเลยนะคะเพราะฉะนั้นถ้าหากว่ามองจากไทม์ไลน์นะคะก็จะเห็นว่าประเด็นนี้เนี่ยเป็นประเด็นที่น่าสนใจอย่างมากเพราะว่าคนที่บันทึกไว้ว่ายังพูดภาษาไทยไม่ชัดคนอื่นฟังแล้วยังบอกว่าพูดไม่รู้เรื่องเนี่ยแต่กลับสามารถถ่ายทอดงานทางความคิดที่ลึกซึ้งเช่นนี้ได้นั้นดิฉันคิดว่าน่าจะเป็นคำตอบของเรื่องนี้เนี่ยอาจจะไม่ได้อยู่ที่ความคล่องแคล่วทางภาษาเพียงอย่างเดียวนะคะแต่ว่าอยู่ที่ความเข้าใจภายในของคุณจ่างเองเนาะคุณจ่างน่าจะมีความสนใจเรื่องศิลปะปรัชญาศาสนาแล้วก็ประสบการณ์ทางจิตวิญญาณอยู่ก่อนหน้านี้แล้วนะคะคิดว่าหากให้ท่านสื่อสารเรื่องเหล่านี้ด้วยภาษาจีนเนี่ยท่านคงสามารถสื่อสารได้อย่างลึกซึ้งเพราะว่าโลกของปรัชญาศาสนาและศิลปะเนี่ยไม่ใช่เรื่องไกลตัวท่านเลยนะคะแต่ถ้าเป็นพื้นที่ที่ท่านขบคิดใคร่ครวญแล้วก็ใช้ชีวิตอยู่กับมันมาตลอดเพราะฉะนั้นการแปลหนังสืออภิปรัชญาศิลปะของท่านเต้าฉีเนี่ยจึงไม่ใช่เป็นเพียงการถ่ายทอดถ้อยคำจากภาษาจีนเป็นภาษาไทยแต่ว่าเป็นการถ่ายทอดโลกความคิดที่คุณจ่างเข้าใจจากภายในแล้วก็พยายามแสวงหารูปภาษาไทยเพื่อรองรับความเข้าใจนั้นซึ่งในแง่นี้นะคะคุณจ่างถือว่าไม่ได้เป็นเพียงแค่ผู้แปลภาษาแต่ว่าเป็นผู้แปลประสบการณ์ทางความคิดนะคะเป็นผู้แปลโลกภายในของตนเองออกมาให้ผู้อ่านชาวไทยได้สัมผัสนะคะประเด็นที่2นะคะที่อยากจะชวนพิจารณาก็คือเรื่องลักษณะของต้นฉบับภาษาจีนแล้วก็วิธีการที่คุณจ่างจัดการกับต้นฉบับเรื่องอภิปรัชญาของท่านเต้าฉีนี้นะคะต้นฉบับเล่มฉบับนี้นะคะเป็นถ้าดูจากภาพนี้นะคะก็จะเห็นว่าเป็นภาษาจีนที่เรียบเรียงในลักษณะที่ไม่มีเครื่องหมายวรรคตอนเลยนะคะไม่เหมือนกับภาษาจีนในปัจจุบันนะที่จะมีเครื่องหมายวรรคตอนมาแบ่งวรรคแบ่งประโยคให้เข้าใจได้ง่ายขึ้นนะคะซึ่งลักษณะเช่นนี้เนี่ยก็จะทำให้การอ่านแล้วก็การแปลเนี่ยเป็นเรื่องที่ยากเพิ่มขึ้นไปอีกนะคะเพราะว่าผู้แปลไม่ได้เพียงต้องรู้ความหมายของคำแต่ว่าจะต้องเข้าใจโครงสร้างความคิดของตัวบทด้วยนะคะเมื่อไม่มีการเว้นวรรคไม่มีเครื่องหมายวรรคตอนอย่างชัดเจนเนี่ยผู้แปลก็ต้องตัดสินใจเองว่าความคิดช่วงหนึ่งควรจะเริ่มตรงไหนนะคะควรจะจบตรงไหนแล้วก็ประโยคควรจะพักตรงไหนนะคะแล้วก็น้ำหนักของความหมายควรจะ จะถูกส่งต่ออย่างไรนะคะถือว่าเป็นการเพิ่มบททดสอบให้กับผู้แปลมากขึ้นไปอีกนะคะซึ่งในจุดนี้เนี่ยดิฉันเห็นว่าคุณจ่างทำหน้าที่ผู้แปลได้อย่างน่าสนใจมากนะคะท่านแบ่งวรรคตอนได้ดีนะคะแล้วก็ทำให้ตัวภาษาไทยเนี่ยอ่านง่ายขึ้นนะคะแล้วก็ทั้งที่ต้นทางเนี่ยเป็นภาษาจีนที่ไม่มีวรรคตอนนะคะเพราะฉะนั้นสิ่งที่น่าสังเกตเนี่ยก็จะเห็นว่าการแปลของคุณจ่างเนี่ยไม่ได้แปลแบบเรียงคำตามต้นฉบับอย่างแข็งทื่อนะคะแต่ว่าจัดจังหวะของภาษาไทยให้ผู้อ่านเนี่ยค่อยๆตามความคิดได้นะคะด้านซ้ายมือก็จะเป็นตัวต้นฉบับนะคะด้านบนก็คือเอามาแบ่งวรรคตอนใส่เพิ่มเครื่องหมายวรรคตอนให้ชัดเจนมากขึ้นนะคะข้างล่างตรงนี้จะเป็นฉบับแปลโดยคุณจ่างแท้ตั้งนะคะซึ่งการแบ่งวรรคตอนของคุณจ่างเนี่ยไม่ได้มีประโยชน์เฉพาะในแง่ความเข้าใจเท่านั้นนะคะแต่ว่าเพิ่มสุนทรียะในให้แก่ฉบับแปลด้วยนะคะเมื่ออ่านฉบับภาษาไทยก็จะรู้สึกว่าบางช่วงเนี่ยมีจังหวะคล้ายๆกับบทกลอนคล้ายถ้อยคำที่ถูกจัดวางให้มีน้ำหนักทางอารมณ์แล้วก็ความคิดไม่ใช่แค่บทร้อยแก้วธรรมดานะคะดังนั้นอาจจะกล่าวได้ว่าคุณจ่างเนี่ยไม่ได้แค่แปลความหมายนะแต่ยังจัดจังหวะของความหมายให้ผู้อ่านไทยรับรู้ได้นะคะไม่ว่าจะเป็นด้านความคิดหรือว่าการหยุดพักความงามของภาษานะคะเพราะฉะนั้นการแบ่งวรรคตอนเนี่ยจึงไม่ใช่แค่เป็นเทคนิคทางภาษาเท่านั้นนะแต่ยังเป็นการตีความเป็นการสร้างสุนทรียะในงานแปลด้วยนะคะซึ่งสิ่งนี้ส่วนตัวดิฉันเองคิดว่าเป็นประเด็นที่น่าสนใจมากนะคะเพราะฉะนั้นคุณจ่างเนี่ยก็ไม่ได้เป็นเพียงแค่คนแปลบทแปลความเท่านั้นนะคะยังเป็นคนที่สื่อสารความคิดด้านอื่นๆนะคะเปรียบเสมือนเป็นศิลปินนะคะที่เป็นคนจัดองค์ประกอบของภาษานะคะก็เหมือนกับจิตรกรที่เวลาวาดภาพก็จะต้องจัดองค์ประกอบของภาพให้ลงตัวนะคะจากตรงนี้นะคะดิฉันก็อยากขยายไปสู่ประเด็นที่3นะคะก็คือการที่คุณจ่างเนี่ยใช้ตัวหนังสือเป็นภาพนะคะนอกเหนือจากงานแปลแล้วเนี่ยเราก็จะพบว่าคุณจ่างเนี่ยมีผลงานจำนวนหนึ่งที่ทำให้ตัวหนังสือเนี่ยไม่ได้เป็นเพียงสิ่งที่มีไว้อ่านเท่านั้นนะคะแต่เป็นสิ่งที่มีไว้ให้มองด้วยกล่าวก็คือตัวอักษรในงานของคุณจ่างเนี่ยกลายเป็นเส้นเป็นรูปทรงเป็นจังหวะแล้วก็กลายเป็นองค์ประกอบทางทัศนศิลป์ขึ้นมาได้ด้วยตนเองนะคะตัวอย่างหนึ่งที่น่าสนใจนะคะก็คือผลงานในที่นี้ขอยกตัวอย่างผลงานจากบทกวีในหนังสืออนุสรณ์นะคะซึ่งเมื่อมองครั้งแรกเนี่ยเราอาจจะรู้สึกว่านี่ไม่ใช่เพียงข้อความที่มีไว้ให้อ่านนะคะแต่เป็นภาพที่มีไว้ให้มองด้วยนะคะตัวหนังสือคำว่าต้นไม้นะคะถูกเขียนซ้ำๆแล้วก็เรียงต่อกันอย่างมีจังหวะคล้ายคลื่นของเสียงหรือว่าคล้ายลมหายใจที่เคลื่อนที่ไปมาบนหน้ากระดาษนะคะความซ้ำของถ้อยคำจึงไม่ได้เป็นเพียงความซ้ำทางภาษาแต่ว่าเป็นความซ้ำทางภาพด้วยยิ่งอ่านก็ยิ่งเห็นจังหวะยิ่งมองก็ยิ่งรู้สึกถึงเสียงภายในตัวอักษรนะคะฉันคิดว่าสิ่งนี้เป็นสิ่งสำคัญในงานประพันธ์ของคุณจ่างนะคะซึ่งท่านไม่ได้แยกงานเขียนออกจากการวาดอย่างเด็ดขาดนะคะสำหรับในงานของคุณจ่างเนี่ยก็จะเห็นว่าตัวหนังสือสามารถเป็นภาพได้นะและภาพเนี่ยก็มีลักษณะของภาษาแฝงอยู่ด้วยนะคะเพราะฉะนั้นตัวอักษรก็จึงไม่ใช่เพียงแค่เครื่องหมายแทนเสียงแต่ว่าเป็นความหมายเป็นวัตถุทางศิลปะที่มีรูปร่างมีพื้นที่นะคะมีน้ำหนักแล้วก็มีพลังของเส้นนะคะสภาพนี้ต้นไม้เยอะแยะเลยแล้วก็มีลูกนกมีพ่อนกมีแม่นกนะคะเราอาจจะเห็นเป็นภาพขึ้นมาก็ได้จากข้อความดังกล่าวนะคะซึ่งหากเชื่อมประเด็นนี้กลับไปยังงานแปลเรื่องอภิปรัชญาศิลปะของท่านเต้าฉีนะคะเราก็จะเห็นความต่อเนื่องอย่างน่าสนใจในงานแปลนะคะซึ่งเชื่อมโยงกับการใช้การแบ่งวรรคตอนนะการจัดจังหวะ ของภาษาไทยนะคะไม่ว่าจะเป็นงานแปลหรืองานเขียนนะคะเราจะรู้สึกว่ามีภาพแฝงอยู่ในงานนั้นๆอยู่เสมอนะคะในที่นี้ขออนุญาตยกตัวอย่างอีกหนึ่งงานนะคะก็คืองานเขียนในหนังสือเรื่องบทกวีของฉันจ่างแท้ตั้งอารมณ์ความคิดความเป็นมาของบทกวี1967ถึง1984นะคะซึ่งเป็นหนังสือรวมบทกวีของคุณจ่างนะคะในเล่มนั้นก็จะมีบทหนึ่งที่ชื่อว่าข้าวสารนะคะในบทนี้ก็จะเห็นว่ามีคำว่าข้าวสารปรากฏซ้ำๆเป็นจำนวนมากเต็มหน้ากระดาษเลยนะคะถ้าดูผิวเผินเราอาจจะเห็นแค่คำว่าข้าวสารนะคะแต่ถ้ามองอย่างพิจารณาก็จะเห็นว่างานชิ้นนี้เนี่ยกำลังแสดงบทบาททั้งในระดับภาษาระดับภาพแล้วก็ระดับความคิดทางสังคมไปพร้อมกันนะคะคำว่าข้าวสารถูกพิมพ์หรือเขียนซ้ำจนเต็มพื้นที่หน้ากระดาษนะคะทำให้ผู้อ่านรู้สึกถึงปริมาณที่มากนะคะ มีความอุดมสมบูรณ์อยู่ในนั้นนะหรือว่าอาจจะมองว่าเป็นสิ่งที่จำเป็นในชีวิตประจำวันของคนไทยนะคะแต่ในท้ายข้อความนะคะกลับเห็นคำว่า5กิโลราคาถุงละ10 บาทนะเมื่ออ่านถึงตรงนี้ความหมายของงานส่วนตัวรู้สึกว่ามันเปลี่ยนไปทันทีนะคะเพราะว่าคำว่าการซ้ำคำว่าข้าวสารเนี่ยไม่ได้สื่อเพียงว่าข้าวสารมีจำนวนมากเท่านั้นนะคะแต่กลับนำไปสู่คำถามว่าข้าวสารมีมากเช่นนี้เหตุใดจึงราคาแพงนะคะของที่จำเป็นในชีวิตประจำวันกลายเป็นสิ่งที่ต้องต่อรองกับราคาขึ้นมาทันทีนะคะในยุคนั้นเนาะก็อาจจะเป็นยุคที่มีปัญหาข้าวยากหมากแพงนะคะเพราะฉะนั้นงานชิ้นนี้เนี่ยก็เลยไม่ได้ใช้ภาษาแค่บรรยายความคิดแบบตรงไปตรงมาเท่านั้นนะคะแต่การใช้การซ้ำคำเนี่ยเป็นการสร้างประสบการณ์ให้ผู้ชมได้เห็นปริมาณที่มากของข้าวสารก่อนนะแล้วก็มาเจอประโยคสุดท้ายที่มันปะทะกับอารมณ์นะคะที่พูดถึงราคานะคะซึ่งถือว่าเป็นกลวิธีที่น่าสนใจมากๆนะคะเพราะว่าความหมายไม่ได้เกิดจากการอธิบายคำยาวๆนะคะแต่เกิดจากการวางคำซ้ำๆบนหน้ากระดาษนะคะทำให้ปริมาณที่ดูเหมือนมากเนาะแต่สุดท้ายสะท้อนหักมุมนะคะไปสะท้อนที่ราคานะคะมองว่าเป็นปัญหาด้านค่าครองชีพในยุคนั้นนะคะปัญหาความไม่เป็นธรรมทางเศรษฐกิจในชีวิตประจำวันนะคะเพราะฉะนั้นคุณจ่างก็จะไม่ได้ใช้ตัวหนังสือเพียงความงามอย่างเดียวนะคะแต่ใช้ตัวหนังสือเพื่อวิพากษ์เพื่อสะท้อนปัญหาสังคมในช่วงเวลาดังกล่าวด้วยนะคะฉะนั้นถ้าเรามองผลงานในหนังสืออนุสรณ์กับในหนังสือบทกวีของฉันควบคู่กันไปเราก็จะเห็นว่าคุณจ่างมีความสามารถในการทำให้ตัวหนังสือเนี่ยมีชีวิตในหลายระดับนะคะตัวหนังสือจะกลายเป็นจังหวะเป็นเสียงเป็นลมหายใจเป็นความรู้สึกนะในเรื่องต้นไม้นะแต่ถ้าในเรื่องข้าวสารก็จะมองว่าตัวหนังสือเนี่ยกลายเป็นคำถามที่สะท้อนสังคมนะคะเป็นเครื่องมือในการสื่อสารนะคะระหว่างคุณจ่างกับปัญหาสังคมที่เกิดขึ้นในช่วงนั้นๆนะคะโอเคขอโทษนะคะโอเคดังนั้นนะคะเมื่อเรานำทั้ง3ประเด็นมาวางรวมกันนะคะเราก็จะมองว่างานแปลการจัดวรรคตอนแล้วก็การใช้ตัวหนังสือสื่อภาพของคุณจ่างเนี่ยก็คิดว่าจะเห็นภาพคุณจ่างที่น่าสนใจมากขึ้นนะคะจะมองว่าคุณจ่างไม่ได้เป็นเพียงแค่ไม่ได้เป็นศิลปินที่ทำงานเฉพาะบนภาพวาดบนผืนผ้าใบเท่านั้นนะคะแต่ทำงานถ่ายทอดศิลปะผ่านหน้ากระดาษด้วยนะคะหน้ากระดาษของคุณจ่างเนี่ยไม่ใช่พื้นที่ว่างธรรมดาแต่เป็นพื้นที่ที่ภาษาภาพความคิดแล้วก็สุนทรียะมาพบกันนะคะดังนั้นหากเราจะเข้าใจคุณจ่างแท้ตั้งในฐานะศิลปินนะคะดิฉันคิดว่าเราไม่ควรมองเฉพาะภาพวาดแต่ควรมองงานเขียนงานแปลบทกวีแล้วก็การจัดวางตัวอักษรของท่านควบคู่กันไปด้วยนะคะเพราะสิ่งเหล่านี้เนี่ยก็จะแสดงให้เห็นว่าคุณจ่างเนี่ยเป็นศิลปินที่สนใจความสัมพันธ์ระหว่างความหมายกับรูปทรงอย่างลึกซึ้งนะคะคำไม่ได้มีเพียงความหมายแต่ว่ามีรูปร่างประโยคไม่ได้มีเพียงเนื้อหาแต่ว่ามีจังหวะนะคะการเว้นวรรคไม่ได้เป็นเพียงแค่เครื่องหมายทางภาษาแต่ว่าเป็นพื้นที่ของการหายใจนะคะแล้วก็การซ้ำของถ้อยคำเนี่ยไม่ได้เป็นเพียงการย้ำแต่ว่าเป็นการสร้างภาพสร้างน้ำหนักแล้วก็สร้างแรงปะทะทางความคิดนะคะสำหรับดิฉันสิ่งเหล่านี้คือสิ่งที่ทำให้คุณจ่างมีความพิเศษนะคะแล้วก็ทำให้เราได้เห็นว่าภาษาไม่ได้อยู่คนละโลกกับศิลปะแล้วก็ศิลปะไม่ได้อยู่คนละโลกกับภาษาค่ะขอบคุณค่ะ
Oh, that was an excellent literary criticism of Chang Setang. Thank you, Professor Apiridi. Can I summarize what you have speak so far? Because I think it's very interesting. Dr. Apiridi thesis is that Chang Setang isn't just an artist, he is also a translator, but his role as a translator also make him more of an artist. So in a way, Chang Setang is not an artist who just paint, his material is not just the material that used to create art, but language itself. So the interesting interpretation from Professor Apiridi is that Chang Tang is a translator of the internal world, which is it's kind of a way of describing kind of like a stream of consciousness, but in a more eloquent way. Who is the artist, but the translator of the internal world? In Ajahn Apiridi readings of the poem, she says that since Chang is a translator who translates from English to Thai, the way that he sees the language, the written language, is that there's a different use of punctuation between Chinese and the Thai language, and that punctuation, that space, that things or the material on the paper itself, those becomes the material for both his writing and his art. So that's why in Ajahn Apiridi thesis is that Chang is a person who collapses everything into art to me, which is I find very, very striking, and I have to give praise to the excellent reading of the Millwright's poetry, the concrete poetry. When because I have read your script, but I never get to see the image of the word Millwright on the screen. But when you actually see it in this room, you can feel the weight of it, the numbers of the word Millwright, and the price at the end. That is striking. That is weight. That is life. So thank you. And well, not to be too much of myself, I have to introduce the next speaker, Dr. Isara Shusi. He is an independent scholar who specializes in translations. Ajahn Isara will be doing speak on the mechanics of reading Tang Chang's concrete poetry. So the floor is yours. 15 minutes, okay?
ครับสวัสดีครับชื่อของงานเสนอนี้คือยังมีอะไรให้อ่านในบทกวีของจางแซ่ตั้งเนี่ยในแง่ประวัติศาสตร์วรรณคดีไทยแล้วก็วรรณคดีศึกษาเนี่ยมีงานศึกษาที่ค่อนข้างมากแล้วก็เหมือนกับงานที่จบไปแล้วเราสามารถจัดวางจางไว้ในประวัติศาสตร์วรรณคดีไทยได้แล้วแล้วก็เราเป็นที่รู้จักในฐานะของคนที่นำเอา concrete poetry กับ free verse มาใช้เพราะฉะนั้นถ้าเมื่อมองในแง่ของประวัติศาสตร์วรรณคดีเนี่ยเหมือนกับว่าจางถ้าจะอ่านก็อ่านเพื่อศึกษาแต่ไม่ได้อ่านในความหมายที่เป็นการอ่านในบริบทของสังคมปัจจุบันเพราะฉะนั้นสิ่งที่ผมนำเสนอจะบอกว่าจริงๆแล้วจางยังสามารถอ่านโดยหลุดออกจากตำแหน่งที่คงที่ในประวัติศาสตร์วรรณกรรมไทยได้ด้วยนะครับเขาโครงการนำเสนอสองอันแรกก็จะเป็นเรื่องคนกับผลงานซึ่งผมก็จะลดให้สั้นลงเพราะว่าหลายท่านได้พูดถึงประวัติของจางแซ่ตั้งไปแล้วนะครับหัวข้อถัดไปเป็นเรื่องของเรายุคนี้เรายังจะอ่านจางทำไมไม่ใช่ในฐานะของการศึกษาที่เป็นวิชาการแต่ในฐานะที่เป็นกวีนิพนธ์นะครับแล้วก็วิธีที่เราจะอ่านผมก็จะทดลองวิธีที่ผมใช้สำหรับอ่านจางโดยที่อ่านเหมือนคนสมัยนี้อ่านนะครับแล้วก็อ่านแล้วได้อะไรเดี๋ยวเราก็ลองดูด้วยกันนะว่าจะสำเร็จหรือล้มเหลวนะครับอันนี้เป็นประวัติโดยย่อแต่จริงๆสิ่งที่ผมอยากจะเน้นเป็นเรื่องนี้นะครับก็คือจางในฐานะที่เป็นคนที่มีหลากหลายบทบาทถ้าพูดถึงประวัติศาสตร์กวีของไทยเนี่ยถ้าไม่ใช่คนที่มาจากศูนย์กลางวัฒนธรรมเช่นคนที่ได้รับการศึกษาทางด้านอักษรศาสตร์หรือคนที่เคยบวชพระแล้วก็สามารถเชี่ยวชาญในฉันทลักษณ์ของกวีนิพนธ์ไทยเช่นโครงฉันกาบกลอนก็จะเป็นคนที่มาจากชนบทซึ่งมีเขาเรียกอะไรครับมรดกทางวัฒนธรรมที่เป็นเพลงพื้นบ้านหรือบทกลอนพื้นบ้านพวกนี้จะเป็นคนที่เป็นเหมือนกับคนหลักที่เราจะพบในประวัติศาสตร์กวีนิพนธ์ไทยแต่วิธีแบบคนแบบที่จางเป็นเนี่ยคือเป็นลูกจีนได้รับการศึกษาในระบบ น้อยไม่ได้จบอักษรศาสตร์แล้วก็ในขณะเดียวกันก็ไม่ใช่คนจากชนบทเขาเป็นคนกรุงเทพแต่ก็เป็นคนกรุงเทพที่ไม่ได้เป็นส่วนหนึ่งของวัฒนธรรมกระแสหลักของกรุงเทพนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นแต่ว่าถ้ามองในแง่หนึ่งมันก็เหมือนกับคนไทยส่วนใหญ่ทุกวันนี้ที่เป็นคนที่อยู่ในเมืองแล้วก็ไม่ได้รู้จักฉันทลักษณ์ของกวีนิพนธ์ไทยโบราณในขณะเดียวกันก็ไม่ได้มีรากในชนบทในวัฒนธรรมพื้นถิ่นเหมือนเมื่อก่อนแล้วนะครับจางเป็นคุณพ่อนะครับเป็นพ่อค้าก็เหมือนกับถ้ามองในแง่หนึ่งก็คือเขาก็เป็นตัวแทนของคนที่ไม่ใช่ specialist ไม่ใช่คนที่ได้รับการศึกษาอย่างเป็นระบบก็เป็นคนที่ศึกษาด้วยตนเองตามอัธยาศัยนะถ้ามองในแง่หนึ่งเราสามารถที่จะเขาเรียกแตะหรือต่อติดกับเขาในฐานะที่เป็นตัวแทนของคนทั่วไปที่ไม่ใช่ผู้รับการศึกษาสูงหรือคนที่อยู่ในอาชีพเฉพาะทางนะครับจริงๆอันนี้เป็นข้อสุดท้ายซึ่งจริงๆเป็นอันที่ผมอยากจะนำเสนอคือว่าในฐานะกวีไทยเนี่ยจะเป็นที่รู้จักในฐานะคนที่นำเอาวิธีฉันทลักษณ์แบบคอนกรีตโพเอทรีมาใช้ใช่ไหมผมจำได้ว่าตอนที่ผมเรียนหนังสือใหม่ๆเนี่ยผมรู้จักจากบทกวีล้อเลียนมากกว่าที่จะรู้จักตัวจริงซะอีกผมว่ามีคนเอาการซ้ำคำของเขามาใช้ให้เกิดเอฟเฟกต์ที่เป็นตลกเพื่อจะล้อว่าเขาเป็นเหมือนกับว่านี่แหละคือจ่างแซ่ตังอะไรเงี้ยแต่ว่าเมื่อหลังจากนั้นมาเนี่ยวิธีการแบบนี้ก็ไม่ได้ถูกนำมาใช้ซ้ำนะครับผมคิดว่าตอนที่ผมเริ่มศึกษาจ่างเนี่ยผมไปโฟกัสที่บทกวีที่เป็นฟรีเวิร์สโดยซ้ำเพราะว่าผมคิดว่ามันมีหนึ่งคำถามก็คือมันมีอะไรที่ต่อเนื่องกันหรือไม่นะฮะสองก็คือว่าแล้วเราจะใช้วิธีที่เราเคยใช้อ่านคอนกรีตโพเอทรีมาอ่านฟรีเวิร์สของจ่างได้หรือเปล่านะครับอันนี้ดูเร็วๆนะครับงานของจ่างเนี่ยงานเขียนของเขาเนี่ยเริ่มขึ้นตีพิมพ์ปี1968เพราะฉะนั้นถ้าเราดูจากที่เราฟังเมื่อเช้ามันจะเริ่มหลังจากที่เขาทำงานจิตรกรรมที่เป็น abstract แล้วเสร็จแล้วเขาก็จะเว้นไปช่วง10ปีหลังจาก2519แล้วก็มาเขียนอีกทีในช่วง2520กว่ามาจนถึงเสียชีวิตนะกลายเป็นว่าช่วงหลังๆเนี่ยเขาจะมีงานที่เป็นฟรีเวิร์สค่อนข้างเยอะแต่ที่ผมจะเสนอต่อไปก็คือว่ามันมีความต่อเนื่องกันในแง่รูปแบบของกวีนิพนธ์ของเขาเหมือนกันนะส่วนทางขวานี่ก็เป็นหลังจากเสียชีวิตแล้วก็เป็นการพิมพ์ของลูกหลานนะครับลักษณะงานของจ่างก็คือใช้คำน้อยเน้นการจัดวางหรือว่าใช้จำนวนคำที่น้อยแต่ว่ามีความละเอียดในเรื่องของการจัดวางบรรทัดหรือว่าการข้อบรรทัดซึ่งเป็นส่วนสำคัญมากก็คือเราไม่สามารถที่จะอ่านงานจ่างให้ได้ความหมายเท่าเดิมถ้าเราไม่จัดตามนั้นอันที่3เป็นอันที่ผมคิดว่าเป็นสิ่งที่ผมพยายามเสนอก็คือว่าแก่นความคิดหรือธีมของงานกวีนิพนธ์ของจ่างส่วนใหญ่ที่เป็นงานฟรีเวิร์สเนี่ยจะเกี่ยวกับชีวิตประจำวันของคนในเมืองแล้วก็เหมือนกับว่าสิ่งที่เขาสังเกตและนำมาถ่ายทอดในบทกวีเนี่ยไม่ใช่สิ่งที่คนทั่วไปจะไม่สามารถเข้าถึงได้เช่นฉากของบทกวีเขาเช่นสวนหน้าบ้านทางเดินริมถนนป้ายรถเมล์มันไม่ใช่ที่มีความเฉพาะเจาะจงแล้วก็เราไม่สามารถที่จะจินตนาการได้ถึงนะครับอันนี้เป็นตัวอย่างงานที่ไม่เห็นว่าความง่ายของถ้อยคำแต่ความยากหรือความซับซ้อนไปอยู่ที่ arrangement แทนนะครับบทความนี้ก็ถ้าเราจะอ่านก็ได้อันนี้ผมจะมองว่ามันไม่เหมือนกับการเอาตัวหนังสือมาสร้างเป็นภาพที่เป็นที่รู้จักถ้าเราจะอ่านก็ได้แต่ว่าเราจะมีความรู้สึกว่ามันเหนื่อยมากใช่ไหมครับเด็กคนนี้เขาหัดนับ1 ถึง 1,000ใช่ไหมแต่ว่า การนับเนี่ยมันก็คือการพูดถึงช่วงอายุของเขาก็คือว่าเมื่อเขาอายุ15เขาก็อยากมีแฟนพออายุ20ก็อยากมีภรรยาพออายุ60ก็รู้สึกว่าตัวเองแก่แล้วพออายุ70ก็คือจะตายอยู่แล้วเพราะฉะนั้นชีวิตของเขาเนี่ยนับไปไม่ถึงพันเขาก็เลยคิดว่างั้นเราก็อยู่ในวันนี้ก็แล้วกันจริงในแง่ของซีมก็น่าสนใจก็คือว่าชีวิตมันไม่ยาวไปถึงพันหรอกเพราะฉะนั้นเราไปขอขนมตังแม่มากินขนมดีกว่าเพราะฉะนั้นในแง่ของความน่าสนใจของการจัดวางก็อาจจะเป็นเรื่องของการนับอายุใช่ไหมฮะแต่ในแง่ของซีมก็คือว่าเอาเข้าจริงแล้วชีวิตมันก็สั้นนิดเดียวเราก็กินขนมให้มันอร่อยซะดีกว่าอะไรเงี้ยมันก็เป็นความคิดที่ถ้าจริงๆงานแบบนี้จะเจอเยอะนะครับคือว่าเขาชอบมีเพอร์โซนาที่เป็นเด็กแล้วก็พูดถึงมุมมองของเด็กในการมองชีวิตนะนี่อันนี้ไปเร็วๆก็ได้เดี๋ยวเราสามารถเดโมได้เลยอันตะกี้ที่ผมเกริ่นว่าจางเป็นคนที่ทำไมครับในข้อ2เราบอกว่าเราจะเอาข้อ1กันถ้าเราจะพูดถึงการอ่านบทกวีที่ร่วมสมัยเนี่ยเราก็ต้องอ่านในบริบทที่เป็นปัจจุบันใช่ไหมบริบทที่เป็นปัจจุบันหมายความว่าเราต้องโฟกัสที่ตัวเราด้วยใช่ไหมใช้มุมมองของผู้อ่านมันข้อเสนอของผมก็คือว่าแทนที่เราจะไปขุดเอาความหมายจากตัวบทกวีของจางอย่างเดียวเราก็มองบทบาทของผู้อ่านในฐานะผู้สร้างความหมายด้วยนะครับแล้วก็คือว่าอันไปที่ข้อสุดท้ายแล้วกันอันนี้เป็นอันที่เดี๋ยวข้ออื่นเราสาธิตได้อยู่แล้วนะสิ่งที่ผมคิดว่ามันน่าสนใจในงานของจางก็คือว่ามันมีลักษณะที่เป็นเรื่องของการใช้ภาษาแทนปรากฏการณ์ที่เป็นเสียงแล้วก็ภาพนะครับเดี๋ยวผมข้ามตัวอย่างไปที่เดโมเลยแล้วอาจจะเห็นสิ่งที่ผมต้องการเสนอมากขึ้นอันนี้ช่างมันอันนี้คือบทกวีที่ผมอยากจะนำเสนอคือคนอาจจะชินงานของจางที่เป็นคนเยอะๆยืนที่ป้ายรถเมล์ใช่ไหมแต่อันเนี้ยเป็นสิ่งที่เรียกว่าiconicity หรือภาพการใช้ภาษาให้เป็นภาพเนี่ยในลักษณะที่เป็นอันนี้เป็นภาพแบบที่คนจำนวนมากยืนที่ป้ายรถเมล์ใช่ไหมแทนที่เราจะบอกว่าคนมากมายยืนที่ป้ายรถเมล์เราก็จะบอกว่ามีคนเยอะแยะไปหมดนั้นคนจำนวนมากก็คือเท่ากับคนหลายคนแต่แทนที่จางจะเขียนว่าคนหลายคนจางใช้คำว่าคนก็คือนั้นคนในที่นี้ก็คือจำนวนคนอย่างนี้เราเรียกว่าการใช้ภาษาในลักษณะไอคอนนะครับแต่ว่าอันนี้จะเป็นไอคอนที่แปลกกว่าเดิมถ้าเราอ่านเราจะเห็นว่าจางพูดถึงอะไรครับจางพูดถึงลูกร้องไห้แล้วก็เดี๋ยววิธีอ่านก็คือถ้าอ่านแบบบนลงล่างแล้วก็ย้ายไปขวาบนลงล่างอีกทีหนึ่งก็เป็นแบบ A ใช่ไหมครับถ้าอ่านแบบ B ก็คือว่าบนลงล่างแล้วก็ซ้ายไปขวาซ้ายไปขวาแล้วอีกแบบนึงก็คือทีละสแตนซ่าก็คือว่าบนลงล่างแล้วก็บนแล้วก็ไปขวาแล้วก็ลงมาอันนี้แบบที่ทีละสแตนซ่าแต่แบบ A เนี่ยเป็นแบบที่ผมคิดว่าน่าใช้มากที่สุดเพราะว่าบทความนี้บทกวีนี้เราพูดถึงอะไรครับบทกวีนี้เราพูดถึงการร้องไห้ของลูกนะฮะแล้วเขาบอกว่าน้ำตาหยดหนึ่งเนี่ยมันต้องกับแสงจันทร์แล้วก็ดวงจันทร์ก็อยู่ในดวงตานั้นในน้ำตาหยดนั้นน้ำตาหยดหนึ่งถูกกับดวงอาทิตย์ใช่ไหมฮะดวงอาทิตย์ก็อยู่ในน้ำตาหยดนั้นเราจะเห็นไหมครับว่าแบบจางเขาจัดวางบทกวีของเขาให้เหมือนคนร้องไห้ออกมาทีละหยดอย่างเงี้ยเราจะเรียกว่ามันเป็นไอคอนแบบไดอะแกรมคือแทนที่มันจะเป็นตัวอักษรที่จัดวางให้เป็นภาพให้เหมือนกับสิ่งที่อยู่ในธรรมชาติหรือเป็นสิ่งที่มนุษย์ประดิษฐ์ขึ้นใช่ไหมเขาทำให้มันเหมือนกับว่าน้ำตามันค่อย ไหลลงมาทีละหยดทีละหยดใช่ไหมลูกกำลังร้องไห้น้ำตาหยดหนึ่งต้องแสงจันทร์หมดไป1 หยดแล้วใช่ไหมครับน้ำตาหยดหนึ่งต้องแสงแดดก็นี่ก็อีกหยดหนึ่งน้ำตาหยดหนึ่งอยู่อ่านไม่ออกน้ำตาหยดหนึ่งอยู่ในความมืดของกลางคืนก็คือจริงๆแล้วจินตภาพหรือ image ที่จางสร้างขึ้นก็คือเวลาเราร้องไห้เนี่ยน้ำมันก็สะท้อนแสงของดวงอาทิตย์แล้วก็ถ้าเราร้องไห้ในกลางคืนน้ำมันก็สะท้อนแสงของดวงจันทร์เพราะฉะนั้นจางบอกว่าดวงอาทิตย์ก็มาอยู่ในน้ำตาของลูกดวงจันทร์ก็มาอยู่ในน้ำตาของลูกแปลว่าณเวลาที่คุณร้องไห้ก็คือเวลามันหยุดเพราะว่าดวงอาทิตย์กับดวงจันทร์ก็คือการหมุนเวียนไปของเวลาใช่ไหมมันพอเราร้องไห้เนี่ยทั้งดวงจันทร์แล้วก็ดวงอาทิตย์ก็มาถูกเก็บเอาไว้ในน้ำตาหยดนั้นก็แปลว่าเมื่อเราเศร้าเวลาก็หยุดนิ่งนะครับอันนี้ก็เป็นลักษณะของการนำเสนอที่คนทั่วไปในปัจจุบันสามารถสัมพันธ์ด้วยได้เพราะว่าความโศกเศร้าก็เป็นแบบนั้นการเปรียบเทียบก็คือเมื่อเราเศร้าความเศร้าก็คือความเจ็บปวดที่ทำให้เวลาหยุดนิ่งอย่างเงี้ยนี่ก็คือสิ่งที่ผมคิดว่ามันมีความเกี่ยวเนื่องกับไอคอนแบบที่เราพบเห็นใน concrete poetry นะฮะก็หมดเวลาจริงๆก็มี2-3 อันแต่ว่าทิ้งอันนี้ค้างไว้แล้วกันนะครับอาจจะทำให้เห็นว่าวิธีการทางวรรณศิลป์ของจางเนี่ยมันมีลักษณะเฉพาะที่เราสามารถจะว่าง่ายก็ง่ายจะว่ายากก็ยากคนชอบพูดว่างานของจางง่ายแต่จริงๆแล้วถ้ามองในแง่ของผู้สร้างสรรค์เอาง่ายๆสิ่งที่ทำให้ได้แบบที่จางทำมันไม่ใช่ของง่ายเหมือนกับว่ามีการเว้นว่างไว้ให้เราจินตนาการเสริมเติมเข้าไปนะฮะถ้าใครอ่านได้ก็อ่านนะครับมันผมคิดว่าอันนี้น่าสนใจมากก็จะพูดแล้วลาไปเลยก็คือเวลาเราเห็นมะนาวลูกหนึ่งแล้วเรารู้สึกว่ามันเปรี้ยวได้โดยที่เราจะไม่ทันได้กินมะนาวเก่งนะจบหมดเวลาเลยครับก็คือวิธีการแบบนี้ก็คือวิธีการแบบที่พูดน้อยได้มากแต่ว่าการพูดน้อยได้มากมันไม่ใช่ทำง่ายเราเอามะนาวมาวางลูกหนึ่งแล้วให้คนรู้สึกว่าเปรี้ยวเนี่ยมันไม่ใช่ทำง่ายแบบนี้ครับเหมือนกับที่เราอ่านบทกวีเมื่อกี้คือเราจะอ่านแล้วเราจะรู้สึกว่าความเศร้าคืออะไรอย่างเงี้ยมันไม่ใช่ทำง่ายนะครับนั้นถ้อยคำอาจจะน้อยแต่ว่าการเว้นอันนั้นทำให้เกิดผลลัพธ์ที่น่าสนใจนะครับจบครับแค่นี้
Thank you, Ajahn Isara, for that a new way of reading concrete poetry. What Ajahn Isara just presented was how Chang creates poetry. The way he creates his concrete poetry is actually quite materialistic in the sense that language becomes a material of sort. The key word that I would like you to take away from that presentation is, I have to write it down because I'm afraid of mispronouncing it, iconicity, ความเป็นประติมากรรม You know, when we're talking about concrete poetry, you know, to me and to my students, they would just say that, oh, concrete poetry is just words arranging on paper, just repetitions. But the way that the master do it, the way that Chang do it, is that he view it as a kind of a building blocks where each word and each punctuation and the negative space, they are arranged to become a poetry that creates meaning and images that are vivid to the sense. when Ajahn Isara was about to finish his presentation, he says that the poetry is described when language is arranged so well that when you see the word "luk manao," lemon, you feel a tinge of sourness before you even see the rest of the poems. That is one of great things about Tang Chang's concrete poetry. So, well, the chairs are arranged. Let's go, guys. We have to do the panels. Let's go, guys. Well, เชิญครับ We have to the picture, right? เอ้ยเราต้องนั่งตามรูปไหมครับอันนี้ไม่ต้องแล้วไหม Okay. Thank you. Come down. Take a breath. You know, take a breath. Take a breather, just like Tang Chang would say. Thank you for your presentations. Since we have, I've been told that we only have at most 20 minutes. Which is excellent. Which is excellent. I'll be asking the panelists instead of you individually. Will that be all right? Yes, you have to because I'm the moderator. Okay. I have questions for you guys. I've written it down. Hold on. Let me open the question first. This is a question to the panelists. I've always wondered, since my background was in English literature, actually American literature. Okay, I always wonder, is there a Tang Chang's poetry, a study of Tang Chang poetry in Thai academia? I mean, do we study Tang Chang poetry in the classroom? That's what my first question to you guys. Do you study it as a historian? Do you study it as a Thai literature?
I think it would be in Department of Thai.
สงสัยครับว่าทำไมเราไอ้บทกวีของจ่างแซ่ตั้งนี้เรามีอ่านกันปกติไหมฮะอันนี้เพราะว่าผมไม่รู้อ่ะแบบว่าผมเพิ่งเคยได้ยินโอเคอาจารย์อิสระ
จะอยู่ในงานวิจัยมากกว่าจะอยู่ในตัวอย่าง
ครับ
ที่นำมาให้นักเรียนอ่านนะครับจะเป็นส่วนหนึ่งของประวัติศาสตร์วรรณกรรมสมัยใหม่มากกว่ามีงานพวกวิทยานิพนธ์แล้วก็งานวิจัยของอาจารย์ที่มักจะสังกัดภาควิชาภาษาไทยก็มีอย่างเช่นวิทยาศาสตร์จัดพันธ์สุมนมีหลายคนอยู่นะครับ
Okay, so what Ajahn Isara said is that Tang Chang's poetry is studied only in the research and academic context. You know, you would find his poetry in research paper, in research, in literary research on contemporary Thai literature, but it's not widely read. Can you postulate on why that is? ทำไมอาจารย์ทำไมเราไม่อ่านอันนี้หรือว่าเราไม่สอนหรืออะไรเงี้ยอันนี้เราเคยคุยกัน we have discussed this over dinner yesterday so you can use that
Chang has been perceived as like intellectual poet and experimenter but few people enjoy his poems like from the like artistic flavor and the joy of reading, you know. People tend to approach his poems very seriously, like political poet, concrete poet, philosophical poet. But from my own view, I mean, I rediscover Chang as like a poet who can bring you joy. I mean, joy of reading, like discover the meaning beneath the in simplicity, or repetition. You know, like if you want to keep your poem stand still, what do? Like you open a new line, or you repeat. Repetition means stay at the same point and also keep going as you speak. So it's not just, I mean, iconicity in terms of it resemble the picture, but it resemble the stillness.
I see.
He's the master of silence. And also repetition as like stillness. You go on, right? When you pronounce each word, but because you repeat it, it stay the same.
I see.
So it's not like concrete poetry as you study in English poetry, right? When you arrange the poems as picture to resemble
an
the
apple,
meaning.
For example.
So it's not that.
I see. Do you guys have any other input on this topic? Otherwise, can I ask อาจารย์กรพนัท to finish her presentation ไม่อาจารย์อยากรู้จริงๆครับว่าแบบว่ามันเกิดอะไรขึ้นนะฮะเพราะว่าตอนที่อาจารย์นำเสนอมันไปถึงแค่ว่าตอนที่เนี่ยมีการแปลจางแท้ตั้งแปลหนังสือเล่มนี้ออกมาแล้วมันเกิดอะไรขึ้นต่อครับผมอยากฟังต่อครับต่ออาจารย์เชิญอาจารย์ครับ
มันก็จะได้ตอบคำถามอาจารย์พอดีอะค่ะเพราะว่าหลังจากนั้นเนาะมันก็คือเหตุการณ์6ตุลาเนาะซึ่งเราก็จะรู้ว่าหลังเหตุการณ์6ตุลาปี1976เนี่ยมันก็คือเป็นยุคของการปราบปรามแล้วก็เผาวรรณกรรมก้าวหน้าแล้วเราก็เข้าใจว่างานของคุณจ่างแล้วก็ปัญญาชนหัวก้าวหน้าอีกหลายๆคนเนี่ยก็คือจะถูกกวาดล้างในยุคนั้นแล้วเราก็มันคือมันก็จะเป็นช่วงที่ปัญญาชนหัวก้าวหน้าหลายๆคนเนี่ยก็เข้าป่าใช่ไหมแบบที่เราอาจจะเคยได้ยินว่าพอการเรียกร้องในระบบเดิมอะในสังคมเดิมมันไม่ได้ผลอะเขาก็หันไปเข้าป่าจับอาวุธต่อสู้ทีเนี้ยมันก็จะอยู่ในบริบทนั้นนะคือเขาไม่คิดว่าเขาจะต่อสู้ผ่านแวดวงวรรณกรรมเขาคิดว่าเขาไม่สามารถต่อสู้ผ่านระบบทางการเมืองปกติได้แล้วอะเขาก็เลยคิดว่าเขาต้องต่อสู้ผ่านการปฏิวัติก็คือการหยิบอาวุธขึ้นต่อสู้กับอำนาจรัฐทีนี้เราก็รู้ว่าไอ้วิธีการเนี้ยพรรคคอมมิวนิสต์ไทยเนี่ยมันก็ไม่ประสบความสำเร็จใช่ไหมนั้นหลังจากนั้นน่ะมันก็เข้าสู่ช่วงที่ว่าปัญญาชนเหล่านี้ก็กลับเข้าเมืองเนาะกลับเข้าเมืองแล้วก็เป็นช่วงที่รัฐไทยก็คือก็ต้องเหมือนกับประนีประนอมอ่ะกับคนเหล่านั้นเนี่ยซึ่งมันก็พอดีกับยุคหลังสงครามเย็นด้วยอะที่ว่าไอความตึงเครียดในเชิงอุดมการณ์เนี่ยมันก็ค่อยๆสลายตัวไปเนี่ยเพราะฉะนั้นหลังประมาณหลังทศวรรษ1990เนี่ยเราก็จะเห็นว่างานพวกนี้มันก็จะกลับเข้าสู่สังคมเช่นการที่มีการพูดถึงงานจิตภูมิศักดิ์อีกครั้งหนึ่งใช่ไหมการอ่านงานของเสนีสาวพงษ์เนาะแล้วก็งานอย่างของจ่างเนี่ยก็จะกลับเข้าสู่จะเรียกว่าไงอ่ะในวงวิชาการอ่ะคือสามารถพูดถึงได้แล้วก็ในสังคมก็สามารถหาอ่านได้อ่ะเป็นเหมือนแบบอ่านในฐานะแบบให้ความรู้อ่ะแต่ว่าอันเนี้ยก็คือจะเป็นสิ่งที่เรากำลังจะพูดถึงก็คือว่างานเหล่านี้มันถูกอ่านในห้องเรียนในสถาบันการศึกษาก็จริงเนี่ยแต่ว่ามันเหลือแค่ตัวอักษรพูดง่ายๆคือเหมือนเอางานของหลู่ชิ่นมาอ่านน่ะขีดเส้นใต้คำนี้แปลว่าอะไรประโยคนี้แปลว่าอะไรมันตัดขาดกับบริบทและอุดมการณ์ทั้งหมดเลยอะพูดง่ายๆคือมันประหลาดมากเลยอะที่สถาบันการศึกษาไทยเนี่ยเราสามารถสอนวรรณกรรมทรายได้โคตรขวาถ้าใช้คำพูดของพี่บีไอดาคือแม่งโคตรโฟนี่เลยอะ
ครับ
คือมันถูกดีโพลิติไซส์ถูกพาสเจอร์ไลซ์จนมันเหลือแค่ตัวอักษรเปล่าๆอะค่ะแล้วมันตัดขาดกับบริบททั้งหมดเลยอะคือถึงทุกวันนี้ต่อให้เราเอางานจ่างกลับเข้ามาสู่ห้องเรียนอะ แล้วเรามาตั้งตีความกันอันนี้แปลว่าอะไรอันนี้แปลว่าอะไรผู้เขียนต้องการนำเสนออะไรอะแต่ว่ามันไม่ได้สื่อไปถึงตัวอุดมการณ์ที่เขาต้องการนำเสนออะเรารู้สึกว่าณขนาดนี้ในปัจจุบันนะก็คืองานเหล่านี้มันกลับเข้าสู่ห้องเรียนก็จริงแต่ก็คือมันอย่างที่อาจจะที่อาจารย์อิสระบอกก็คือที่มันในฐานะงานวิจัยงานวิจัยแบบว่าเอาไว้เรียนเพื่อให้ผ่านหรือว่าอ่านเพื่อให้จบอ่ะแต่ว่ามัน
โคตรโหดเลย
ใช่ไหมเหมือนถามว่าทุกวันนี้ใครมานั่งอ่านกวีนิพนธ์อะไรอย่างนี้มั่งอ่ะใช่ไหม
ผมต้องยกมือ
เธอเป็นอาจารย์เมทาวีเธอเป็นอาจารย์เธอต้องอ่านถ้าเธอขนาดเธอยังไม่อ่านนะฉันว่าประเทศนี้ก็ล่มจมแล้วจ้าเป็นอาจารย์นะเธอต้องอ่านแต่เราลึกถึงว่างานอย่างแบบว่าซีไรต์อะไรอย่างนี้ใช่ไหมคือแบบว่าเหมือนนักเขียนทุกคนก็ต้องแบบว่าคาดหวังว่าตัวเองจะได้รับการเสนอชื่อเพราะว่าการมีชื่อเสนอเข้าซีไรต์เนี่ยมันก็ช่วยเรื่องยอดขายได้อะคือทีนี้เรารู้สึกว่าอันนี้แบบนอกเรื่องนะเรารู้สึกว่ามันมีงานที่ล่าสุดที่ได้ซีไรต์ก็คือด้วยรักและผุพัง Family Come First ของนฤทธิ์พงศ์ที่เรารู้สึกว่ามันมีกลิ่นอายแบบจ่างก็คือมันเล่นกับพาราเท็กซ์เยอะมากไม่รู้ว่าคนอื่นได้อ่านมั้ยนะคะคือเรารู้สึกว่าใช่ไหมเรารู้สึกครั้งแรกที่เราอ่านงานของนฤทธิ์พงศ์เรารู้สึกว่าแบบเหมือนได้รับอิทธิพลจากจ่างมากๆเลยแต่คือเราไม่รู้เหมือนนะเราไม่รู้นะแต่ว่าคืออันนี้แบบว่าเป็นความรู้สึกเฉยๆว่าคือถ้าเราเอาจ่างกลับมาในยุคปัจจุบันอะไรเงี้ยถ้าคุณจ่างยังมีชีวิตอยู่ในยุคนี้เราว่างานของคุณจ่างมันก็จะประมาณงานนฤทธิ์พงศ์อ่ะแบบมันพิมพ์กับแซลมอนแล้วก็แบบป๊อปมากอะไรอย่างเงี้ยค่ะจะเป็นแบบมันเป็นการแบบเจนซีชอบอะไรอย่างเงี้ยมันเก๋ดีอ่ะมันอาจจะเป็นแบบนั้นก็ได้ใครจะไปรู้ใช่ไหมคือเราก็ไม่เคยคิดว่าหนังแบบนิยายจากหรือว่าหนังสือจากแบบฟิกชันจากแซลมอนจะได้แบบซีไรต์อ่ะเพราะเราเข้าใจว่ามันจะต้องเป็นสำนักพิมพ์แบบซีเรียสอะไรอย่างเงี้ย
อะไรอย่างเงี้ยเนาะอะไรอย่างเงี้ย
แต่เราชอบนะด้วยรักและผูกพังเราชอบนะมันมีกลิ่นอายของคุณจ่างมากๆเลยเพราะว่ามันไม่ได้เล่นกับเท็กซ์แต่มันเล่นกับพาราเท็กซ์อ่ะ
I have been criticized by Professor Kornpanat Tang Khan. I have to keep her full name. That if I don't read poetry, the Thailand is doomed because it is my job to teach the poems. What I have asked Ajahn Kornpanat is that. Basically, to let her fill in on the missing piece of her presentation. But I always wonder, so what happened to the later version of translation of Chang Tang's work? Ajahn Kornpanat have stated that it's, it has been, let's just say, banned from the Thai society due to political reasons. What is even more interesting, all books are banned all the time, but Ajahn Kornpanat thesis, most books are banned. I mean, in America, we still ban books. I mean, the key idea from Ajahn Kornpanat is that the way that if Chang Tang writing were to be incorporated back into Thai society or even Thai culture, it's basically through the Thai academia. But by that channel, the political message from Tang Chang's work will be, let's just say, depoliticized. For example, the joke that everyone laughed in the room is that, well, if you put Tang Chang into school, if you put him in the universities, what he'll become is a passing grade. We read Tang Chang not to learn about the politics. We read him just to pass so that we can get the certificate, which is kind of useless and kind of becomes just an object to study. The inclusion of Tang Chang into the Thai curriculum or at the universities or at the school level might not be a good idea. Because, we read it as a kind of performance, even if to be read it as for enjoyment. In Ajahn Kornpanat, they said it would be a kind of performative, which is a sad reality that we have to live through, right, Ajahn? Okay. Oh, I have so many questions, so many questions. But from Ajahn Kompanat, she have taken the mic. Let's. Can I turn to Ajahn Apiradi? Do not be nervous. I'm not asking you anything scary. Because I am so touched by your close reading of Tang concrete poetry. What do you feel about his other works? I mean, his abstract painting, the painting that we have seen during the first panels. อาจารย์เป็นนักแปลครับอันนี้ผมอ่านผมฟังอาจารย์ไปผมก็สงสัยมาตลอดว่าแบบแล้วถ้าอาจารย์มองเห็นไอ้พวกแบบว่าการใช้ภาษาเป็นเหมือนกับอุปกรณ์ทางศิลปะเงี้ยฮะอาจารย์มีความรู้สึกยังไงฮะกับไอ้เวลาอาจารย์ดูงานประเภทอื่นของคุณจ่างแซ่ตังอย่างดูงานที่มันเป็นแบบ abstract painting อะไรพวกนี้อาจารย์มี input ที่มันไม่ใช่แบบมาจากแบบฝั่ง art history ไหมครับอันนี้เอาจากอาจารย์เลยไม่รู้เรื่องก็ได้นะครับไม่ว่ากันนะ
จริงๆเป็นคนที่ดูงานศิลปะเราอาจจะมีความเข้าใจไม่ค่อยเหมือนคนอื่นนะคะแต่ว่าเวลาดูงานศิลปะหุ้นจังเนี่ยส่วนตัวเห็นตัวอักษรดูงานศิลปะแต่เห็นตัวอักษรในนั้นอย่างที่พิพิธภัณฑ์ที่มีรูปเหมือนกับเป็นคนตรงเพื่อภาพตรงกลางตรงนั้นนะคะแล้วสองข้างเป็นคล้ายๆกับเหมือนกับความรู้สึกนะรู้สึกว่าเป็นเหมือนคุณพ่อคุณแม่แล้วก็ตรงกลางตัวคนเนี่ยมันเป็นลูกเพราะว่าเหมือนกับอักษรภาพในภาษาจีนนะคะใช่แล้วก็ส่วนตัวเวลาอ่านกวีนิพนธ์ของคุณจางเนี่ยอย่างเรื่องข้าวสารเนี่ยค่ะสิ่งที่เห็นไม่ใช่เป็นคำภาษาไทยกลับไปนึกถึงตัวอักษรภาษาจีนโดยเฉพาะสมมติว่าเราเอางานข้าวสารมาแปลเป็นภาษาจีนนะคะแล้วเราลองเอาใช้ตัวอักษรที่เป็นอักษรกระดองเต่าซึ่งเหมือนกับอักษรภาพใช่ป่ะคะเราก็จะเห็นรูปเม็ดข้าวสารเรียงอยู่ในบทกลอนนี้ใช่ส่วนตัวคือมองเป็นแบบนั้น
Is that yes, actually see the meal rice if the poem were to be written in Chinese. Yes, definitely yes. จริงอันนี้คือจริงเหรอฮะอาจารย์เห็นamazing มากครับ
เพราะว่าก็เลยรู้สึกว่าเวลาคุณจ่างเขียนกวีนิพนธ์เนี่ยเพราะว่าตัวอักษรจีนนะคะหนึ่งตัวก็คือมีความหมายว่าข้าวแล้วแล้วตัวข้าวอักษรข้าวในภาษาจีนอ่ะก็เหมือนกับเมล็ดข้าวสารที่เรียงกันอยู่ใช่เพราะฉะนั้นถ้าเราแปลเป็นภาษาจีนโดยใช้อักษรกระดองเต่าแบบเป็นภาพมาเรียงกันนะเราก็จะเห็นเป็นเม็ดเต็มเลยหรือแม้แต่ต้นไม้ที่โชว์ให้ดูอะค่ะถ้าเราใช้เป็นอักษรภาพภาษาจีนก็จะเป็นรูปต้นไม้แล้วตัวนกเองก็เป็นเหมือนกับรูปนกใช่อันนี้เป็นความรู้สึกที่เพิ่งเชื่อมโยงกันระหว่างที่ฟังไปเมื่อช่วงเช้านะเพิ่งคุยกับอาจารย์เหล่งจิ้งอยู่ว่าเราน่าจะเอาบทกวีของคุณจ่างมาแปลเป็นภาษาจีนแล้วใช้เทคนิคอะไรพวกนี้แทรกเข้าไปซื้อไหมคะคุณ
จดไว้นะครับจดไว้อันนี้จดไว้นะครับจดไว้ You have to write this down $1 million idea right here I have asked Ajahn Apiradi since she did an excellent job of close reading the Tang's concrete poetry I asked her whether how would she see his other painting what really interesting is that Ajahn Apiradi said that she doesn't see the painting she see the letters I mean that's such an interesting way of viewing an image. You know, I still see the image as paint, but Ajahn Apiradi said, well, if Chang's poem were to be translated back into Chinese, the Chinese letter would form a row of rice. They would form a bush of trees, which is it's so. Let's just say mind-blowing to the American-centric point of view from mine because it's such a I never thought about concrete poetry in that way before. That I have to thank you.
อันนี้ส่วนตัวรู้สึกว่าถ้าคนที่รู้ภาษาจีนอะถ้าดูงานของคุณจางอาจจะมีความเข้าใจอีกรูปแบบหนึ่งค่ะใช่ค่ะอันนี้เป็นความคิดเห็นส่วนตัวค่ะ
Oh my God.What a mind-blowing idea. I mean, I would not in a million years could I have come up with that observation in my life. So don't be nervous. Again, it's just an easy. Since Ajahn Li Jing and Ajahn Apirity focuses on Tang Chang's life as in terms of biographical studies, I wonder. This is just a basic question. Professor Li Jing, does Chang's love of freedom influences his writing and his life and his art, in your opinion? Because I'm touched by Eola closing statement that if you learn anything from Chang Tang, you learn that the experiment, you learn the act of doing. So I always wonder when you read his biography and you see that he's a free thinker, does that influence his art, and how much does it influence in the creation of it?
Thank you for the question.
Yeah.
Free thinker in philosophy, art,
yes.
and everything.
Yes.
I also think Tang Zhang was not only a free thinker, but also a very self-disciplined thinker. Because as we discussed today, in many different levels, he was not trained in any institution in the way of the definition of the institution. But finally, he made himself a independent institution, like a personal monument along the development of the Thai culture after World War II during the period. So that was something which I personally find most interesting, like a self-made monument. So today it becomes the museum.
Oh, you stole my line.
Yeah, because
stole my line. Oh God.
Because museum itself is institution. Without it, we cannot build the infrastructure material. So, but in another way, he's also very like a free thinking in many levels. That allows us to be able to redefine many things, to go beyond the conception, the boundaries of things. One thing, me and my colleague, we discuss very often is because we did the research on translation. It's like how we look at the translation now after we research on Tang Zhang. So translation is not just go from one language to another language. For him, allow me to interpret his way of doing things. So when he started to do art, actually he was doing translation from the inner philosophy to put it on the paper, like the visual art. So from philosophy, Taoism, Chan Buddhism to the painting. And when he was doing poetry writing, so he was actually translating his art, his visual art, into the linguistic art. So that is the breaking of the boundaries. And then he began to explore more, to do the translation from one language to another language. But as I understand, it's like the blending the identities and like the identity of himself. That's like very natural for him to do that.
Great answer. Excellent
Thank you.
answer. No. So the proper way of reading Chang is not to read it in an institution, but to read it on your mobile phone in your own time, probably at the toilet. So not to end in a bad note, but thank you for all the panelists for today, and thank you for the Tang's estate for inviting us. So we would like to close our session just in time for 6 p.m. Thank you.